Chapter 953. But does the Carthage's actions allow the souls of our warriors to be desecrated? No, their sins show the glory of our warriors. The holy souls of our warriors will go to the sacred Elysee and accompany the great Hades to tour the beautiful paradise that is like spring all year round. As for this place, Divers pointed at his feet and enunciated each word forcefully. Everything here will be preserved forever for the people of the kingdom to come and pay their respects. We will let them understand how brave our soldiers are, and also let them know how cruel our enemies are. And this tower will be torn down, and a statue will be built. The names of every warrior who died here will be engraved on it, and their names will be remembered in the history of the kingdom, so that future generations will know. There was another uproar under the tower, but this time it was the soldiers who sighed with envy. Citizens of Dionia, soldiers of Dionia, Divers raised his voice again, waving his arms and shouting, "You have been fighting for a year. You have won in Campania, in Dauni in Latin, in the Samni Mountains in western Sicily. Now, it is finally your turn to fight against the strongest and most ferocious Carthaginians. I hope you can avenge the warriors who died here and attack the Carthage bravely and fearlessly. You will create one glorious victory after another and become heroes in the eyes of the people. You will be enshrined in the hall of Valhalla after your death, and your names will be eulogized by future generations. Only then can we, the Dionia, win the battle against the Carthage. We, the Dionia, will win. Victory! Victory! Victory!" Hearing the Dever's words, the soldiers were overwhelmed with emotions. They could not help but hit their shields with their short swords and shouted with passion. The roars of the tens of thousands of people were like rolling thunder, echoing through the devastated valley and even reaching Syracuse. At night, the city of Syracuse was quiet except for the flickering candlelight in one of the residences. Chief General Theagenes sat alone in his study, not asleep. In fact, he could not sleep either. Some time ago, he stood his ground against the majority and insisted that the council pass a resolution to send troops to occupy Camelina. Then he forced Paxenus to surrender, allowing Syracuse to expand its sphere of influence for the first time since the Southern Italian War. In a short period of time, his prestige in Syracuse soared. After that, he personally went to meet with Carthage's commander, Margo. Although Syracuse was at a disadvantage during the meeting and suffered some losses during the alliance, the Democrats still portrayed him as a political leader who did not fear any threats and fought for the interests of Syracuse. Therefore, when he returned to the city after the meeting, he was warmly welcomed by the people and was in the limelight for a while. According to the new alliance with Carthage, Syracuse had to attack Taunus. However, under Theagenes' instructions, Syracuse's army played a trick. They only assumed an offensive stance and did not carry out the alliance seriously. However, what happened next was beyond Theagenes' expectations. He originally thought that with Carthage's large army, which was not weak in combat, they were able to defeat the Dionysian army in the Battle of Gela. They should be able to sweep through Dionia's territory in Sicily. However, although Carthage's cavalry ravaged the Catania plains and Carthage's infantry broke through Aegilian, the main force of Carthage's main force attacked a small Dionia village several times but failed. They were blocked for more than 20 days, which made Theagenes doubt the combat power of Carthage's army. Fortunately, Paragonia was finally conquered. When Theagenes received the news, he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue watching the battle from the sidelines. However, he suddenly received news that Carthage's army had begun to retreat south. Theagenes was shocked. He hurriedly climbed out of the messenger's tent and rushed to ask about it. He was told that Carthage's people had received accurate news that the main force of Dionia had conquered Rome, their enemy in the north. They were on their way to reinforce Sicily. Carthage's army had to return to the west of Sicily and prepare for war. When the messenger brought the news back to Syracuse, the whole council was in an uproar. During Dionysius's reign, Syracuse had a close relationship with the Campanian alliance in Italy, so they had some understanding of the situation in north-central Italy. However, After the Southern Italian War, the Campanian Alliance and Ionia formed an alliance. Their contacts with Syracuse sharply decreased, and Syracuse's trade with north-central Italy became even less, especially after Ionia launched the war against Rome. The Third Fleet deliberately blocked the shipping routes along the south coast of Italy. Unlike Carthage, Syracuse did not own Sardinia and Corsica. They received the news that Ionia's army had landed in Latin from Carthage's messenger. However, the people of Syracuse knew that Rome was a powerful state in central Italy and had many allies. Its position there was similar to that of Syracuse in Sicily 10 years ago. Moreover, the people of Ionia were fighting far away from their homeland, so it would not be easy for them to conquer Rome. It was bound to be a long war. Some people even hoped that the people of Ionia would suffer a crushing defeat in the region of Latin. This was one of the main reasons why they later agreed to form an alliance with Carthage and attack Ionia. However, there was suddenly news that the Ionians had conquered Rome, and their main forces were about to reinforce Sicily. The councillors of Syracuse felt as though they had suffered a heavy blow and were in a panic. If the Carthaginian army retreated to the west, Syracuse would have to bear the wrath of the Dionian army alone. Tiagenes had to personally persuade Carthage's people. By the time he caught up with Carthage's retreating army, he had already reached Gela. No matter how much he begged, Margot did not come out to see him. Only Pamilca came out to tell him that since the upcoming battle with the main forces of Ionia would determine the fate of Carthage, the army had to retreat to the west and be fully prepared. No one could dissuade him from doing so. But at the same time, he also comforted Tiagenes. Even if Ionia's reinforcements landed in Sicily, their main target would still be Carthage. Syracuse's walls were thick, there was enough food, and there were many soldiers. As long as we defended with all our strength, Ionia would not be able to do anything to you. When we defeat the main forces of Ionia, we will rush to the east and meet up with you in Syracuse. By then, not only will we be able to drive Ionia out of Sicily, but we will also be able to further advance into Greater Greece. Greater Greece has always been the territory of the Greeks. By then, it would be more appropriate for us to take control of the towns and cities. At this time, Tiagenes was slightly attracted by the beautiful future that Carthage had created. At the same time, he knew in his heart that there was no turning back. Now that things had come to this, he could only say that Syracuse would defend with all its strength against the coming attack of Ionia, and that Carthage's army would return to the east as soon as possible. On the way back to Syracuse, Tiagenes spent his time in a dilemma between his expectations for the future and his fear of the reality. When he rushed back to Syracuse, he received a piece of bad news. Ionia's reinforcements had begun to land at the port of Catanae and the naval base of Catanae. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the Syracuse army did not completely evacuate from the camp outside Tawny City. The naval base of Catanae was only a dozen miles away from them. The sailors on the cargo ships that were transporting supplies from the camp to the port of Syracuse were surprised to see dozens of Ionia warships waiting in the north. Behind them, outside the naval base of Ionia, there were many more ships coming from the north. The fleet of Syracuse was so frightened that they quickly turned around and sailed back to the port. Upon receiving the news, the Navy of Syracuse hurriedly sent a few fast ships to investigate. The result was that the Ionia ships were either transport ships full of soldiers or cargo ships full of supplies. They kept entering and leaving the naval base of Ionia until evening. The next day, the same military operation was still going on in the waters where the naval base of Ionia was located. How many reinforcements did Ionia send? The people of Syracuse panicked when they heard the news. Tiagenes, who had just returned to the city, was no exception. This was especially so when they learned that Carthage's army was determined to return to the west. Many people in the council felt as if they had lost their parents. Even the general of the port's civilian faction, Chictas, shouted, "Since Carthage has abandoned us, we don't need to abide by the treaty anymore. Let's just make peace with Ionia." Chictas's words did move a small number of people, but no one dared to take the initiative to agree. After all, the reason why Syracuse joined forces with Carthage to declare war on Dionia was to restore their former hegemony. In the end, before they actually fought with Dionia, they had already taken the initiative to make peace. Most of the counselors could not accept this, nor could the majority of the citizens of Syracuse. They debated until evening, other than evacuate all the troops besieging Tanis as soon as possible and prepare for the defense of the city. They could not think of any other concrete and effective plan to solve the current predicament. On the third day, the council continued to discuss yesterday's topic. At noon, they received an urgent report from a scout. About 50,000 well-equipped Dionia soldiers had left the city of Cadani and were marching towards the south. The counselors panicked and immediately ordered the citizens of the city to be mobilized to face the enemy. But soon, another scout reported that the Dionysian army had turned southwest and stopped in front of the ruins of Paragonia. Chapter 954. The people of Syracuse breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time they were puzzled. What was Dionia up to? Not long after, another scout came to report. Dionia was holding a pledge ceremony, and their roar of revenge could even be heard by the people living at the northwestern border outside the city. The counselors immediately became nervous again. At this time, Theagenes finally made a suggestion. Everyone, Carthage's army has breached the small city of Paragonia and killed all the Dionia soldiers in the city. Coupled with the previous invasion of the Catania plains and the wanton destruction, it will definitely enrage Dionia's reinforcements. They are the real target of Dionia's revenge. As for us, Syracuse, we were only forced to attack Dionia's ally Tanis under the threat of Carthage's army. However, we remembered our past friendship with Dionia and never attacked with full force, so Tanis is still safe and has not suffered many casualties. Now, we should thank Dionia's reinforcements for forcing Carthage's army to retreat. Without the threat of Carthage, Syracuse's safety is guaranteed, and we can restore peace with Dionia. Some of the generals and counselors were stunned. Previously, the alliance with Carthage and the declaration of war against Dionia was mainly proposed by this chief general. Now, in his words, Syracuse was the victim. This was too good at twisting the truth. But after hearing Theagenes' reminder, more people rushed to say, yes, we have never declared war against Dionia, nor have we directly attacked Dionia, so there is no question of asking for peace. The people of Dionia should thank us. It is because of our past friendship that we did not attack seriously, delaying Carthage's attack and saving Catania. Let us maintain peace with Dionia for the time being. Let Dionia and Carthage fight with all their might. When they are all injured and exhausted, it will be our chance for Syracuse. But we've occupied Camelina and taken control of Paxenus. I don't think Dionia will turn a blind eye to this, someone objected. Not attack, but protect. It is precisely because Syracuse protected Paxenus and Camelina from suffering like Gela and Agrigento. They should be grateful to Syracuse, not to mention that they are not allies of Dionia. Based on this, I don't think Dionia will have much of a reaction to this. Of course, this requires our emissary to go to Catani and lobby them. Finally, the Council of Syracuse passed a proposal that an emissary should be sent to Cadani to express goodwill to Dionia, and at the same time to ascertain the attitude of the Dionia. The last time he negotiated with Margo, Theagenes personally came because he was confident that Carthage would not harm him. But he did not dare to be so careless with Dionia, so he recommended Sebinus, a member of the Democratic Party who was very close to him, to go to Cadani. That night, while he was waiting anxiously, a servant came in and told him, "Sebinus wants to see you." Theagenes immediately rushed to the door and personally led him into the study. How did the emissary go? How is the attitude of the Dionia towards Syracuse? Did they agree to maintain peace with us? Theagenes looked anxious, completely different from the calm and collected him during the day. This is probably the real mentality of the chief general in the current situation. Sebinus thought in his heart, but he did not dare to slack off. He said, "General, after I arrived at Cadonai, I did not see the king of Dionia, but I saw the former governor of Cadonai, Cypros, who is said to have been promoted to governor of Sicily. His attitude towards me was lukewarm, and indeed, as you expected, he did not mention anything about Camelina and Paxenus. However, in response to our request that the two sides restore friendly relations, Cypros said, 'Let us punish Felicus, Stesicus, and Cucius, then we will talk about restoring friendly relations.'" Punish Felicus, Stesicus, and Cucius? Why? Although Tiagenes vaguely aware of the reason, he still asked, "General, how could you forget that it was them who led the army to besiege Tanis, and Tanis is an ally of Dionia? Of course, Dionia has to stand up for it." Sebinus reminded, "Back then, Tiagenes led the army to raid Camelina, then forced Paxenus to surrender, and then successfully negotiated with Carthage, thus gaining a great reputation. This made the neutral generals jealous. So in the following military operations, they, who made up the majority of the General Executive Committee, strongly requested to be the commander-in-chief of the army. On the one hand, Tiagenes did not want to fall out with the neutral generals. On the other hand, he considered that the following war would be led by Carthage, and the Syracuse army would only be a support. There was not much to be gained, so he chose to give in. Now, after listening to Sebinus, Tiagenes felt a little lucky, and at the same time he fell into deep thought. "General," Sebinus took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, "this is a good opportunity. Falcus and the others have dominated the committee for many years, causing so much trouble for you and seriously hindering your supporters from entering the committee. Now may be a good time to solve this problem." Tiagenes looked up at him. But the Dionia did not say that after punishing Falcus and the others, they would restore their friendship with Syracuse. But they did not show any obvious malice towards us. "We have to try," Sebinus continued to persuade. Tiagenes did not respond for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said hesitantly, "Be careful of Dionia's tricks. How about this? Tomorrow in the council, other than telling the truth about your trip to Cadonai, do not say anything else. I will also inform our people in advance not to speak carelessly. Let's see how the others react, and then decide what to do." The next day in the Syracuse council, when Sebinus stated Dionia's request, the entire hall was in an uproar. Cucius was the first to jump out in exasperation, accusing it of being a ridiculous request. Some neutral councillors also expressed their opposition, believing that it was a humiliation to Syracuse. Of course, there were also people who suggested that it was fine for Syracuse and the other generals to suffer a little for the sake of Syracuse's interests. After all, they only needed to put on a show to satisfy Dionia. Then Syracuse would be able to avoid Dionia's attack. A few councillors from the port's civilian faction expressed their agreement. Both sides argued endlessly. The Democrats, led by Tiagenes, had been watching from the sidelines. When it was almost noon, the council suddenly received news that there was a lot of panic and movement among the people in the city. As it turned out, there was a sudden rumor among the people in the city. Tens of thousands of Dionia's army was about to attack Syracuse, and this terrible consequence was caused by Tiagenes. It was his forceful request to form an alliance with Carthage and declare war on Dionia that angered the Dionia. In the end, the Carthage that he relied on retreated without trust, putting Syracuse in danger. Tiagenes had to take responsibility for this, and punishing Tiagenes might appease the anger of Dionia. The rumor quickly spread throughout the city, and the people gathered together to discuss it. This news shocked the Democrats, especially Tiagenes. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, it would greatly affect his prestige. So he proposed to temporarily adjourn the council and send someone to appease the people first. But at this time, Phocas and the others expressed their opposition, especially Cucius, who angrily pointed out, "If we want to appease the anger of Dionia, the one who should be punished the most is Tiagenes, because he is the one who caused all this." And as the chief general of Syracuse, not only did he not fulfill his duty, but he also brought disaster to Syracuse. He is no longer worthy of this sacred position. Cushias's words caused a huge uproar. The Democrats, led by Theagenes, were now even more certain that the rumor in the city was most likely created by Phocas and the others to divert the conflict and damage Theagenes's prestige. Thus, Theagenes was the first to attack Phocas and the other Democrats also began to support him. Phocas and the other neutral generals and counselors did not dare to show any weakness, and they all accused the Democrats. The originally orderly debate turned into a fierce quarrel, especially since Phocas had long been dissatisfied with Theagenes. He simply revealed all the dirty things Theagenes had done to the neutral party over the past year or so, such as recruiting, sowing discord, and bribing one by one. Theagenes also did not want to be outdone, and he accused Phocas and the other neutral parties of joining forces to ostracize him when he was the chief general, and that they had secretly threatened him to ally with them to suppress the port civilians together. The hall was filled with curses, and there was no order at all. The curses even turned into fights. Only a small number of counselors from the port civilians, led by Hyctes, watched on expressionlessly. In the end, no agreement was reached, and the meeting had to be adjourned early. Not long after, what happened in the meeting spread throughout the city of Syracuse, and also affected the people in the city. Under the instigation of some people, the supporters of the neutral party began to criticize Theagenes for his hypocrisy and claimed that the council should punish him to end the war. The people who supported Theagenes had the opposite view, and a dispute arose between the two sides, which then turned into a conflict. Chapter 955. The high priest of the Temple of Apollo was very worried when he saw the unrest in the city intensifying. Although he had only been the high priest for a few years and did not have as much influence on Syracuse as the previous high priest had worked hard to resolve the differences between the various factions in Syracuse, resulting in the establishment of today's political structure and the restoration of peace and tranquility in Syracuse, hence his high prestige. He decided to learn from his predecessors and do his best to restore order to Syracuse. To this end, he took the initiative to find Theagenes and Phocas, trying his best to persuade them to stop attacking each other. Otherwise, it would only give the enemy in the north an opportunity to attack. In fact, when Theagenes and Phocas heard about the chaos in the city, they were afraid. After all, tens of thousands of Dionia's army was watching from the north. If there was a civil war in the city of Syracuse, it would be dangerous. Coincidentally, the high priest came to mediate, and the two agreed that they were willing to reconcile for the sake of Syracuse. On the morning of the third day, the counselors of Syracuse entered the meeting hall with solemn expressions. Before the meeting began, there was a sudden news. A Dionysian army had left the city of Cadanae and was marching south. There were more than 50,000 of them. The counselors immediately became nervous. Is Dionia going to attack us? When everyone was panicking, Theagenes stood up and took the initiative to express his goodwill to Phocas. He spoke generously, reminding everyone not to be fooled by Dionia and that they should unite and defend against the coming attack. Phocas and the other neutral counselors responded positively and began to actively discuss how to deal with the coming war. There were no more arguments in the meeting hall. In fact, it was even more harmonious than the previous meetings, as if the quarrels, insults, and conflicts yesterday had never happened. However, even though the generals were able to reach a compromise in the face of crisis and restore order in the council, it didn't mean that the ordinary people could do it easily. Moreover, they didn't know that the situation in the council had changed. Although the city hall had sent more patrols, there were still conflicts in the city, and it led to a tragedy. Several young Theagenes supporters got into an argument with a group of neutral supporters, which eventually led to a fight. They were outnumbered and beaten up. When the patrol team arrived and dispersed the crowd, they were shocked to find that a young man had been stabbed in the chest by a dagger and was lying in a pool of blood. Moreover, no one had seen clearly who had assassinated him. The patrol team didn't know how to deal with this matter, but the pro-democracy people had already arrived at the scene. When they saw the tragic scene, they were agitated and angrily demanded that the murderer be punished. When the news reached the council, the originally lively meeting hall suddenly became quiet. Both the pro-democracy and neutral parties held their own emergency discussions, discussing what measures should be taken to satisfy their supporters while ensuring that Syracuse would not become unstable under such a crisis. Just then, the scouts sent back another piece of news. The Daionia army had passed through the ruins of Paragonia and continued south. The vanguard of the cavalry might have already reached Gela. The councillors were stunned for a moment, but then they all looked happy. Some even burst into cheers. So the Dionysian army isn't going to war with Syracuse, but to attack the Carthage people. Without the dark clouds of war looming over the meeting hall, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. At this time, Tiagini stood up and said sternly, "Since we don't know who the murderer is, the neutral supporters who participated in the fight are all guilty. They should all be arrested and put on trial." Of course, Phocas and the others firmly opposed this, and arguments were heard in the meeting hall again. Not long after, Sabinus' speech once again intensified the conflict between the pro-democracy and neutral parties. He said, "Although the Daionia people have begun to attack the Carthage people, we, Syracuse, are still hostile to Daionia. In order to ensure that there will be no accidents in the future, and in order to let the Daionia people attack the Carthage people with all their might, it is necessary for us to temporarily restore friendly relations with Daionia. Therefore, I think that we must also fulfill the conditions given by the Daionia people." The condition given by the Daionia people was to ask the Syracuse council to punish Phocas and the others. Suddenly, the storm that was set off in the meeting hall became bigger and bigger. Although Hyctes did not participate in it, the contents revealed by the attacks between the Democrats and the neutrals made him feel sad and indignant. He understood a lot of things that he didn't understand before. Why did some councillors who had agreed to support the Port civilians suddenly support a resolution that was unfavorable to the Port civilians at the meeting? Why did the Port civilians gradually become disunited and split? At dusk, Hyctes returned to the Port house exhausted, but was told by his family that a civilian said he had something important to discuss with him and was waiting in the hall. As a general of the Port civilians, Hyctes often met some Port civilians and even freedmen at home, listened to some of their opinions and requests, and tried his best to help them solve some difficulties. While the servants were preparing dinner, he decided to meet this person first. Seeing Hyctes walk into the living room, the civilian calmly got up and saluted. Hyctes saw that he looked ordinary and had no impression of him in his mind. He should have never seen him before, so he asked, "What's your name? Why are you looking for me?" A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the man's ordinary face. He said softly, "Lord Hyctes, Lord Antrodorus, asked me to say hello to you." Hyctes's distant memories were stirred up by this sentence. His heart shook, and his turbid eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked directly at the man. The man looked at him calmly. Soon Hyctes reacted. He turned around and solemnly said to his trusted servant, "You go out first and tell the others that without my order, no one is allowed to enter here." After the servant went out, Hyctes asked, "Are you a Daionia citizen?" "Yes. My name is Artemis, a citizen of Daionia from Catane." The man said frankly, "Daionia citizen, how dare you?" Hyctes slapped the back of the chair and shouted sternly, "Tell me, how many of you are in the city of Syracuse? Is the turmoil in the city caused by you?" The man was not frightened. Instead, he smiled and said sternly, "The civilians of the port of Syracuse haven't had a good life in the past 2 years, right? The area of land they own is shrinking, and some have even been relocated. The number of people participating in the citizens' assembly is limited, and the number of people elected to the council is limited. Even the number of people elected as generals has decreased. The civilians of the port can't unite and fight for their own interests. Instead, they are divided into several factions. They fight with each other because of the interests of unloading ships and fishing at the port. This gives the council a reason to suppress you. Hyctes, if Lord Antrodorus knows the situation of the civilians of the port today, he will be very sad. Although Antrodorus no longer served in the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Dionia, he was the one who appointed the personnel to help the civilians of the port of Syracuse unite and finally launched a riot. Therefore, although Hyctes and the others had never seen Antrodorus, they were not unfamiliar with the name. This was the reason why Artemis mentioned him several times. When Hyctes heard these words, his face turned green and purple. He felt quite ashamed. The plight of the civilians of the port today was, of course, related to his lack of ability and poor leadership. However, he quickly came back to his senses. The person sitting in front of him was the enemy of Syracuse. His face immediately sank, and he wanted to refute. Artemis suddenly took out a papyrus scroll tied with a black rope from his arms and said in a deep voice, "Lord Antrodorus is far away in the north of the kingdom. Of course, he can't understand the terrible situation of the civilians of the port of Syracuse today. However, His Majesty the King of the Devers in Cadonai has very seriously and carefully learned about the situation of Syracuse from us. He expressed unusual concern about your situation and said that he would do his best to help you. He also wrote this letter and asked me to bring it to you." As he spoke, he pushed the paper scroll in his hand forward. Hyctes subconsciously took a step back and stared straight at the paper scroll. His pupils shrank sharply. This was a letter written by the most feared enemy of the generals and counselors of Syracuse, the King of Dionia. If he accepted it, he was afraid that he would be tempted. He was also afraid that once the matter was leaked, it would become evidence of him colluding with the enemy. However, if he did not accept it, he was worried that he would miss a great opportunity. The situation of the civilians of the port was indeed not good, and today's meeting was a blow to him. Hyctes was very conflicted and stood rooted to the ground. Artemis, on the other hand, did not say a word and kept holding the paper scroll. The whole scene seemed to be still. After a long time, Hyctes sighed softly. "I'm old." He cautiously took the paper scroll that was as light as a feather, but as heavy as 1,000 caddies with both hands. The scouts of Syracuse did not notice that while the Dionia army was marching south, there was another Dionysian army that had left the west gate of Cadonai earlier and was marching northwest toward the mountains. In the afternoon, the army approached Aegilion, which was not far from the western foothills of Mount Etna. Crero, who had received the news in advance and was waiting outside the city, came up to them. "Lord Crero, sorry to keep you waiting." Lazaro and Epitenes hurriedly dismounted and apologized. Although Crero was more than 10 years younger than them, he was also a Senate elder. This time he was specially ordered to temporarily give up administrative affairs to assist them. The two dared not be the slightest bit slow. Chapter 956. I was overjoyed when I received Sir Cypros's order at Hina. Breru said sincerely, "Sir Lazaro, Sir Epitenes, you don't know how much the Carthage people have done to the Sicyer tribe. Your arrival has given us a chance to take revenge on the Carthage people. Everyone has been waiting for you to come." As Cleus spoke, he pointed at the Sicarer soldiers following behind him. Every single one of them was gazing fervently at the Dionian marching troops, whose flags were fluttering in the wind, and whose military formations were neat and imposing. The two commanders were also sizing up the auxiliary troops that Cleru had gathered. Most of them were Sicar light infantry, who wore short-sleeved shirts and held javelins in their hands. There were also a small number of light armored soldiers who wielded leather shields and spears and wore black leather armor and leather armor. Seeing that the two legion commanders were puzzled by the attire of these light armored soldiers, Crelu explained, "They are Sicyer citizens who joined the kingdom in recent years. They are also recruited to participate in the military training at the Cadonai barracks. They are also considered reserve soldiers of the Legion." "How many people do you have under you?" Lazaro asked directly. "A total of 4,700 people. Those who have become Dionia citizens are 780. 780 people. The rest are all people from different tribes," Kelleru replied. Lazaro and Epitenes looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. Previously, the king of Devers had asked Krelu to gather the Psyker people to help them in battle. However, they did not expect Krelu to gather so many soldiers, including the full Legio III and the 16,000 Lacanian reserve soldiers and the additional 1,000 Rome soldiers. The total number of soldiers had increased to 23,000. To them, this was already a huge number, and it filled them with confidence that they could defeat the enemies in the mountains. "Dear Legion commanders, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and let the soldiers enter the city," Krelu reminded them. "I think we should set up camp outside the city. We have 2 legions. I'm afraid this city won't be able to accommodate us." Epicthenes shook his head. He had been observing the city from afar. Although Aegilion was once the central city of the Sicarer people, the city walls were not very tall and were made of wood. It didn't seem very big either. Considering that there were still residents in the city, he made this suggestion. Unexpectedly, Breru said hatefully, "You don't know, but when Carthage and his men retreated, they forced the Cycle tribe in Aegilion City and the surrounding areas to follow them to the west. Anyone who resisted was beheaded. Aegilion is now an empty city, and there are enough empty houses to house the soldiers." No wonder these Sicar warriors had such fervent gazes. Epictetus swept his gaze over the soldiers, standing behind Cleolu once more. He felt that this was a good thing, because hatred could bring strength. In the future, these Sicarer soldiers would definitely fight with all their might against Carthage's men. Do you know where Carthage's men have retreated to? Lazaru was more concerned about the movements of Carthage's army. According to some of the Sicarer tribes, Carthage's men have retreated to Enna. As for the exact situation, I've just gathered my troops and haven't done a detailed investigation, Clelo explained. Pick 10 Sicarer warriors from your troops who are very familiar with the terrain and have them lead our scouting team. We'll quickly find out the details of the enemy's situation so that we can formulate a plan of attack as soon as possible. Lazaru immediately made this request to Clelu. He also said to Epicthenes, "We shouldn't rely too much on Izam. He has to serve His Majesty first, and there will definitely be a delay when he relays information to us. It'll be faster if we obtain information ourselves." Epicthenes nodded in agreement and said, "Let's enter the city first. The soldiers have marched for so long. It's time for them to rest. Enter the city." Lazaru waved behind him. The flag-bearer of Legio III, who was standing at the front of the marching column, waved the legion's flag and led the soldiers into the city gate of Aegilion. The Sicarer warriors standing on both sides of the city gate and the road welcomed them in their own way. Later, the army, led by the Devers, arrived at Gela. This famous Greek city on the south coast had now been burned to ruins by Carthage's men. This was Mago's idea. Even though he had led his troops to retreat, he didn't want the Dionia to take advantage of these empty cities. Not only did Gela suffer, but Iconium, Agrigento, and Minoa also suffered the same fate. Only Aegilion was an exception. This was because of the request of Acones, the leader of the Sicatratanic tribe. After all, Aegilion was the town where his father lived. He still hoped that after Carthage drove out the Dionia, he would once again make Aegilion the capital of the Sicarer people. Of course, he didn't want it to be destroyed, and it wouldn't be good for his reputation among the other Sicarer tribes. In order to continue to gain Acones' loyalty, Carthage agreed to his request. The Devers already knew about the destruction of Gela, but because Carthage's people retreated in a hurry, they didn't patiently destroy the city after burning it down. Therefore, the walls of Gela were still relatively intact. Yesterday, the Devers had ordered Sicilian to send 10 warships to land at Gela. The crew had carried out a thorough cleaning and simple repair of the city. Therefore, although it was already dusk when the Devers led their troops to the city, the tired soldiers didn't need to build a camp. They directly entered the city, went to their assigned areas, set up their tents, and rested. Moreover, The Devers had learned from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade that there were no traces of Carthage's troops within dozens of miles. The only possible hostile city, Camalina, only had a little more than 1,000 Syracuse soldiers stationed there. It was impossible for them to pose a threat to the Dionysian army. However, the Devers still reminded the corps commanders to strictly abide by the requirements of camping in enemy-occupied areas during wartime. They had to set up the necessary defensive facilities, arrange sentries and patrols, and prevent the enemy from attacking at night. On this day, after Alexis, the commander of the Apulian Theater of Operations, had completed the defense deployment of the area she was in charge of, the 11th Legion was assigned to guard the Downey area to deter the Simonians who had just surrendered, and at the same time to prevent attacks from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The 9th Legion was responsible for the defense of Mashapi and Pichetti. She led the fully replenished and fully staffed 10th Legion and 3rd Cavalry Legion, as well as 4 reserve brigades, with a total of nearly 14,000 soldiers, and boarded a ship at the port of Tarentum, heading for Sicily. The war lasted for almost a year, and the casualties of the citizens of Dionia were not small. Even the region of Turin, with a population of nearly 30%, was greatly affected. After all, it provided the source of soldiers for the 1st and 2nd Legions, and these 2 legions happened to be the main forces of the war, so the casualties were not small. After a period of time, a batch of urns containing the ashes of the dead soldiers and the seriously wounded soldiers were transported to the port by passenger ships. At this time, the people of Turin were most afraid of being visited by the officials of the Ministry of Household Registration, because it meant that their loved ones had left them. The Ministry of Military Affairs would inform the next batch of citizens to be ready to be called up at any time according to the roster. Their families were no longer filled with the hope that their loved ones would win rewards and honors, as they were at the beginning of the war. Instead, they began to feel uneasy. More and more people wearing black veils began to appear in the city and outside the city. Mournful cries echoed across the plains from time to time. Every day, there was an endless stream of people going to the various temples of the Hades. Some prayed that the souls of their loved ones who died in the war could reach the Elysium safely. Some prayed that their loved ones who were still fighting could return home safely. And some prayed that the war would end as soon as possible. The priests of the Hades were also very busy. Not only did they have to solemnly place the ashes of the citizens who sacrificed their lives for the country, but they also had to comfort the grieving relatives and solemnly assure them that the Elysium was the final home of the souls of these brave soldiers. More often than not, they also had to use divination and oracles to comfort the uneasy people. Several markets in and outside the city began to show a significant decline in trade. This was mainly because the relatives of the deceased did not have a strong desire to spend for a short period of time. Of course, this was also related to the funeral culture of Dionia. Due to the strength of the Dionian navy, the sea routes were basically maintained smooth, but the downturn in the market also directly affected the prosperity of the port. The reduction in the number of merchant ships that arrived at the port directly affected the income of the people in the port, and the reduced income would affect their purchasing power, leading to a decline in consumption. This was a vicious cycle caused by the war. The only fortunate thing was that this year's harvest had just been harvested, and the people had enough surplus food in their homes. The fluctuation of food prices in the market did not affect them much. Only 2 markets became more prosperous at this time. One was the weapons and ironware market. As the army had won the final victory in several battlefields, most of the captured weapons were sold to the domestic weapons merchants at low prices. The merchants sold them directly or smelted them before selling them. The prices were lower than usual. Most of the citizens of Dionia, in order to build up meritorious deeds and better development in the future, would buy some weapons and equipment to be used in the battlefield. The other one was the slave market. Among the prisoners captured by the Dionysian army, a small number of them were eventually not released due to various reasons, such as crossing the Adriatic Sea by ship, attacking the soldiers recruited by the former Massapi, Pichetti, and Downey fugitives in the Apulia region. These slaves were eventually resold to the slave merchants. Chapter 9, 57. As the young and strong citizens were deployed to war and did not return for a long time, there was a shortage of labor in the households. Many families needed to buy more slaves to ensure that the farming and harvesting could be completed smoothly. This led to the prosperity of the slave market. There were only two places in Turiai that were basically unaffected by the war. One was the Turiai school, where the teachers continued to teach as usual. Even if a student's father died in the war, he would gradually walk out of his grief with the guidance of the teachers and the playfulness of his peers. The other was the Dionysus school, where both the knowledgeable teachers and the high-level students continued to focus on their own research and learning. However, this did not mean that they were deaf to the current situation. At the back of the classroom belonging to the Faculty of Arts, Ansatanos was sitting under a big tree and talking about the history of Egypt. More than 20 students sat around him on the grass and listened attentively while writing down the main points on the wooden boards that they carried with them. They also raised their hands to ask questions. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. Ansatanos looked up at the sky and said, "Today's class will end here. We will continue in the morning 2 days later." As he spoke, he saw a student raise his hand, so he asked gently, "Ionicus, do you have any more questions?" "Teacher, now His Majesty the Devers is leading the army to fight against the powerful Carthage in Sicily. Can we win?" Ansatanos frowned. "This is not the content to be taught. Teacher, tell us about it." "Teacher, don't you always say that learning history is to find experience from the past and make more sensible choices in times of crisis? Now that we are fighting against Carthage, isn't this the most difficult time that the kingdom has encountered? So, can we win this important war? Can you use your method of analyzing history to analyze this war?" Ever since I heard that Carthage's army has invaded our territory in Sicily, I have been very worried, and I can't even focus on my studies. Teacher, you are knowledgeable and know more than us. Whether your analysis is good or bad, I can calm down and work harder to prepare for the future. Teacher, please tell us about it. The student's request made the good-tempered Ansatanos sigh helplessly. "All right, I'll tell you about this war." The students cheered. Ansatanos didn't speak immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, "I'm sorry I can't disclose some details of this war to you because it involves the secrets of the kingdom. Besides, I don't know much about military affairs, so I can't understand and analyze the strategies and tactics adopted by both sides. I can only share my views based on what I know and my analysis of the past history of the Mediterranean Sea." The students immediately sat up straight, ready to listen attentively. Ansatanos cleared his throat and slowly said, "I've just said that Egypt was once conquered by the Assyrians from the Mesopotamia. Before that, Egypt had always been a powerful kingdom in the eastern Mediterranean. Let's talk about Assyria. Assyria dominated the eastern part of the eastern Mediterranean, but it was later destroyed by the rising Persia. This is also mentioned in the book History, written by Herodotus. The insufferably arrogant Persians tried in vain to conquer the whole Mediterranean Sea to the west, but they were defeated by the alliance of the Greek city-states, led by Sparta and Athens, which they despised. Herodotus describes in more detail, after that, Athens and Sparta began to dominate the eastern Mediterranean. What am I trying to explain by saying all this? If you carefully read the history of these countries, you will find that they all had a process from weak to strong, and from strong to weak. A country is like a person. It has to go through childhood, adolescence, youth, middle age, old age, the whole period, and it may also die prematurely. When it was young, because it was weak, it had to endure bullying and was forced to sign all kinds of unequal agreements. It worked hard to make friends with the strong men around it. When it was young, it had a strong body and exuberant energy. It wanted to compete with the strong men. When it was middle age, its strength and energy declined. It became steady, and it would work hard to maintain the honor it had won. When it was old, it would be old and weak. Not only would it be easy for its wealth to be stolen by others, it would also be hard for it to keep its life. Tell me, when is the most terrifying period of a kingdom? Of course it's in adolescence. No, I think it's in middle age. The students scrambled to speak. After they all expressed their opinions, Ansetanos said, I think it's in adolescence because this is the time when people are the most energetic, enterprising, and united, like a stream between mountains. Even if there are tall rocks in the way, it will still rush down until it becomes a wide river. Basically, Assur and Persia basically destroyed the powerful countries that stood in their way at this time, rapidly expanding and establishing their position as hegemons. In middle age, not only are there strong external enemies, but there are also many internal conflicts. The whole country has to spend more energy to solve these problems, and the country's wealth is also greatly wasted in the internal friction. So not only will it stop expanding, but it will also sometimes be forced to shrink inward. Which country do you think is in this situation? Teacher, it's Persia, right? A student rushed to speak first. More than 20 years ago, Persia had internal strife because of the fight for the throne, and His Majesty the Devers even participated in that war. After that, Sparta invaded Asia Minor, and the Persia was actually unable to repel them. Although Sparta eventually sued for peace, that was also because of the Corinth War. And a few years ago, the Persia army attacked Egypt, but they were also repelled. Isn't this in line with what you said, teacher? That's right, Ansetanos. I agree with you. Ansetanos did not hesitate to praise loudly, and then asked the other students, so what period do you think the kingdom is in now? It's in its adolescence. Some students said in unison, while others wanted to say something but hesitated. Our kingdom has only been established for less than 10 years. If we count from the establishment of the alliance, it has only been 20 years. If we look at the time, the kingdom of Dionia, which only has a short history of more than 10 years, is indeed like a teenager. Ansetanos first analyzed the reason why the students made this judgment, and then said, but if we look at other aspects, it isn't so. Our kingdom directly owns far more land than any of the Mediterranean city-states, including Carthage. The number of citizens of our kingdom also far exceeds those of these countries, and the kingdom's annual income is far from what they can compare with, only slightly less than that of Carthage. We don't need to take the initiative to befriend the surrounding forces and races, because they will either take the initiative to form an alliance or seek the support of other powerful forces out of fear. The kingdom is still expanding, and our territory is still expanding. Not long ago, we defeated Rome and Simone and obtained a lot of land. Although our citizens are also afraid of death, they're more eager to win glory in the war, and their relatives will try their best to support them, not hinder them. Our great king, our Senate will never succumb to external pressure, but will respond to the enemy's provocation with more active action. The whole kingdom is full of vitality and hope, just like the sun rising in the morning. I believe you all feel the same. Isn't this the period of youth? The students nodded excitedly, expressing their agreement. Teacher, what about Carthage? Someone asked eagerly. The situation of Carthage is a bit complicated. Ansetanos said thoughtfully, Carthage has been established for 200 years, which is a long enough time. It has suffered many defeats in the battle with Syracuse before, but it has also conquered Namibia and southern Iberia. There is no unified country in the Namibian area, and the tribes have been under the influence and control of Carthage for a long time. It is actually very easy to conquer it, and its resistance is also very weak. Carthage has a small population, and its citizens occupy a large amount of Namibian land. They command many Namibian slaves to farm for them, and they can easily enjoy a luxurious life without putting in much effort. His Majesty the Devers once said, living too comfortably will lead to the corruption of the Carthage people. His Majesty's judgment was correct. That was why, when the Carthaginian army fought with us for the first time, we easily defeated them despite being outnumbered, but the situation of the Carthage people's conquest of southern Iberia is different. According to my understanding, the Carthaginians originally didn't have much influence there, and there were a large number of fierce indigenous people living in that area. The Carthaginians were able to conquer the southern part of Iberia and take the land, resources, and population for their own use. It was indeed not easy, but it also showed that the Carthaginians there had a strong spirit of enterprise. So when the Carthage army attacked Sicily again, and with the Iberian army as the main force, we were no longer their opponent by relying only on the Sicilian army. If we look at the Carthaginian and the southern part of Iberia together, I feel that Carthage is neither in its youth nor in its middle age. Instead, it is in the period of youth moving towards middle age. However, you have to know that southern Iberia is actually ruled by Carthage's Maginid family alone. There's a lot of conflict between them and the other nobles of Carthage. In such a long and difficult war, it is difficult to say whether the two sides can unite without any disagreement and fight with all their strength. So, in summary, Carthage is a young and strong man. He looks strong and powerful, but his development is actually not sound, and there are many hidden diseases. And our energetic, healthy, and enterprising kingdom is at war with him. I believe that even if there are a few failures in the middle, the final victory will belong to us. Chapter 958. Thank you, teacher. You have given us confidence in the kingdom. A student said, loudly convinced. Almost all the students applauded hard and expressed their gratitude to Ansitanos for his brilliant answer. Someone even shouted, Teacher, you should share your analysis with all the students in the academy. I still have all of you. Ansitanos smiled and encouraged the students to spread his point of view. A voice suddenly sounded among the students. Teacher Ansitanos, according to your analysis, are the Thebes also becoming young? Is it possible for them to defeat Sparta and become the new overlord of Greece? Not only Ansitanos, but the other students also looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. The one who spoke was a young man who looked no more than 13 years old. Ansitanos was even more surprised than the other students, because he had never considered the question raised by the other party. Hence he asked with interest, Apox, why do you think so? Teacher. Apox stood up and bowed. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, he replied seriously, I read some information about the war that is going on in central Greece. After the Thebes drove away the Sparta people and gained independence, they established a new democratic government. Not only did they mobilize all the citizens of the Thebes, but they also attracted the citizens of the surrounding city-states. They united and formed a large army. They fought bravely and actually resisted the attack of the Sparta army. This new government of the Thebes still had the strength to send troops to help the other city-states in the Boeotia region. They drove away the garrison of Sparta and helped them gain independence, such as Thespia. The city-states that received help naturally had a closer relationship with the Thebes. It has been more than half a year since the war broke out. The Spartans not only failed to reoccupy Thebes, but also made the Thebans more active. They led the local people to fight against the Spartans in various places in Boeotia, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. Isn't this situation just like what you said just now? The new government of Thebes is united and enterprising, and the people of Thebes are full of vigor and courage to fight, like a grown-up youth. However, the current performance of Sparta, the overlord of Greece, is slow and clumsy and has lost its former spirit. It is more like a middle-aged man. Mr. Ansitanos, do you think my analysis is correct? The students were very surprised. They could not believe that such a well-organized and insightful analysis came from the mouth of a young man. Ansitanos knew that the king of the Devers had a very smart child who performed very well in the school of Thurii, which was adjacent to the Academy of Dionia, but he did not expect him to say such insightful words. His eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at the young man. I haven't really thought about the Thebes seriously, Ansitanos replied calmly. Your analysis has given me a lot of inspiration. It seems that I really have to learn more about the Thebes in the future. This will definitely be of great help to the kingdom in dealing with the affairs of Greece in the future. However, According to the situation you just described, although the Thebes have shown signs of rising, they have just gained independence and have not yet fully unified the power of the Boeotia region. They do not yet have the power to become young. What's more, now that they have been attacked by the Sparta, they are likely to die halfway. Of course, if they can survive this war safely, they may have time to become a terrible force. Speaking of this, Ansetanos looked up at the sky again and then said to the students, "Today's class will end here. We will continue in 2 days. Finally, let's thank Mr. Apox for lending me a lot of information about Egypt. Today, you can hear more detailed history of Egypt from me." As a student who was still studying in the advanced class of Turiae, Apox did not actually have the right to attend classes in the Academy of Dionia. It was precisely because Ansetanos borrowed these materials that he took the opportunity to request to attend the class. That was how he got Ansetanos' permission. The students expressed their gratitude to Apox one after another. They did not look down on him because he was just a young man. Apox returned the greeting like an adult, neither servile nor overbearing. Ansetanos saw this and admired him even more. After the class, the students dispersed in all directions. Ansetanos stopped Apox and asked kindly, "After graduating from Turiae, which college are you going to attend?" Every year, the schools in the cities of Dionia would report their outstanding graduates to the Academy of Dionia. The king of Devers, the highest person in charge of the Dionia Academy, and the dean and deputy dean of the various colleges would carry out a preliminary selection of outstanding students to enter the various colleges of Dionia for further studies based on the students' performance and their own wishes. Then they would be notified to take a written examination and interview. Therefore, the students who could enter the academy were the best talents in the kingdom. Ansetanos knew Apox well. He knew that, even without his father's help, this smart boy could easily enter the academy. The smart Apox understood the intention of Ansetanos' question. He became a little hesitant. "I like history, but I also like mathematics." Ansetanos, who was indifferent by nature, felt a little headache when he heard this. As the dean of the school of mathematics, Mentodicus was 10 times more intelligent than Mardicus, who only knew how to do research. Apox was so excellent and was the son of his majesty. He was afraid that this guy had long set his eyes on him. If Ansetanos did not feel sad, it would be difficult to compete with him. He looked at the young but smart and calm Apox. He really liked him and could not bear to part with him. He could not help but say, "In this case, you can study in the School of Arts and the School of Mathematics at the same time. Is that okay?" Apox was surprised. "As long as you can ensure that you perform well in these 2 fields, why can't you?" Just like the famous scholar Pythagoras of Tarentum, he not only created a famous school of mathematics, but also had a lot of creative ideas in philosophy, music, art, and so on. Scholars like him, who are proficient in multiple fields, are not uncommon in the Mediterranean countries. I believe you can do it too. Ansetanos encouraged him patiently. "Teacher, I'll go back and think about it." Apox was a little tempted. "You're welcome to attend the class in 2 days," Ansetanos emphasized. Apox left the school and did not return to school because it was past the time for school to end. He walked straight south. There was a large area of beach between the south of the school and the Krati River. A few years ago, the Turiae City Hall had transformed it into a number of fields, mainly for the sports and exercise of the Turiae school children. It had also become the favorite place for the children after school. By the time Apox arrived, all the stadiums were already filled with students. The entire area was shrouded in loud cheers and voices. Seeing the other children running happily on the field, Apox's blood began to boil. He quickened his pace and walked to the field in the middle. "Bryants, pass the ball." "Pass it to me." An unusually high-pitched female voice passed through the noise and into his ears. Apox smiled. They were really here. On the field, a short but sturdy boy in a white shirt knocked away his opponent, grabbed the football, and passed it to the front field with a long kick. In the front field, a girl in white was slender and half a head taller than the opponent's defender. She stopped the ball steadily, quickly turned around and passed the defender who came up to grab the ball. Then, she passed the other defender and easily scored the ball before the goalkeeper rushed over. The girl shouted excitedly, and her teammates came up to applaud and celebrate with her. Since girls tended to develop earlier than boys, at this age, girls were not inferior to boys in strength and speed. They often had an advantage in height. In the relatively open social atmosphere of the Kingdom of Dionia, especially in schools, it was not uncommon for boys and girls to participate in sports together. It was often the children of high-ranking officials who took the lead. Naturally, there would be others who followed suit, such as Eunice, the Princess of Dionia. However, girls would not be seen participating in sports like rugby, which involved intense confrontation, frequent physical contact, and hugging. Football, on the other hand, was common. After the tall girl celebrated the goal, she turned to look out of the field and waved at Apox with dissatisfaction. "Apox, you're late again." "Second brother, hurry up and get on the field," Bryant's shouted. "What for?" The tall girl stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. "The field is full now. Are you going to replace me?" Bryant's immediately stopped talking. "It's okay, second sister. I can be a substitute," Apox said with a smile. Eunice's expression softened. She nodded and said, "You can be a substitute for a while. I'll replace you later. Our defense still depends on you. But don't be idle outside the field. Help me keep Neria company first." Neria. Apox was familiar with the girls that Eunice was friends with, but this name was obviously unfamiliar to him. "She's a student who just transferred to our class." Eunice had already walked to the sidelines and said softly, "Her father is Milches. I saw that she looked depressed all day, so I forced her to come here. She likes to read as much as you do. Go, help me talk to her." Eunice pointed in a direction with one hand and pushed Apox with the other. Apox saw the girl sitting in the corner of the field and involuntarily quickened his pace. He walked towards her because he was thinking, Milches, the commander of the kingdom's 4th Fleet, had died in Sicily not long ago. The Turiai people were talking about his death a lot. Many people thought that it was because of his negligence that the Sicilian fleet suffered such a heavy loss. Under such a bad public opinion, his family must be feeling very bad. Chapter 959. Neria was focused on reading a book made of papyrus when she suddenly heard a soft voice. "What book are you reading?" Neria raised her head, subconsciously, and saw a handsome boy standing in front of her. In Apox's eyes, the girl in front of him had a beautiful face, beautiful long hair, and a pair of big blue eyes that seemed to be covered with a layer of fine gauze. They were misty and poetic, giving her a melancholic and mysterious temperament. "May I ask who you are?" The crisp voice that sounded like an aureole woke Apox up from his daze. Facing Neria's question, he somehow felt nervous. I am Eunice's brother." "Ah, you are Eunice, the Prince Apox, that Princess Eunice often mentioned to me," Neria exclaimed and stood up hurriedly. "Just call me Apox. Otherwise, you will be violating the school rules." Apox forced a smile and corrected her. Although the children of the King of Devers were of noble status, the Devers had specially made the Turiai school formulate a special school rule that forbade his children from using their power to obtain preferential treatment in the school. He also hoped that the teachers and students would interact with his children normally so that they could have a normal life. Neria had just moved from Brindisi to live in Turiai and was not used to it yet. "I'm sorry. I won't call you that next time." Neria bowed her head in apprehension. The reason why her family moved from Brindisi to Turiai was that the families of the sailors who died in the naval base in Brindisi held a great grudge against the Milches family. This seriously interfered with their families' lives and forced them to leave. At the same time, it also affected Neria's young mind, causing her to be constantly sensitive and nervous. "It's okay. Apox saw her nervousness and quickly changed the topic. What are you reading? Egypt. Travel, Neria said hurriedly and handed the book in her hand to Apox. Apox did not take it. Teacher Ansetanos wrote it, right? I've already read it. Ansetanos visited Egypt several times and wrote a travel book based on what he saw and heard in Egypt. Since it did not involve any secret content, it was copied into several copies and placed in the Turiai Museum for the public to borrow. Neria keenly sensed the problem in Apox's words and revealed a surprised expression. You call Scholar Ansetanos teacher? Yeah, I just finished listening to his class. Apox raised his eyebrows slightly, subconsciously wanting to show off. But I heard that he doesn't teach at school. Neria was a little confused. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly explained, I didn't mean, it doesn't matter. Anyone would be surprised to hear me say that. Apox comforted her with a smile and explained, Teacher Ansetanos gave me special permission to listen to his lecture at the school to thank me for giving him some information about Egyptian history. Oh, is that so? Neria showed a surprised expression again. She threw her previous uneasiness to the back of her mind and hurriedly asked, Then, Your Highness, you must have done a lot of research on Egyptian history. I heard that there is a monster in Egypt that looks like a horse but is stronger than a horse and lives in the Nile. Is this true? I don't think there is any record of this in the book, Observations in Egypt. After listening, Apox pretended to be humble and said, I can't say that I've done a lot of research, but I do know a lot about Egypt. The monster in the Nile that you mentioned just now should be the hippopotamus that the Egyptians call it. It does exist and lives in the middle and upper reaches of the Nile. Teacher Ansetanos has been to Egypt several times and stayed in the lower reaches of the Nile. He should not have seen a hippopotamus. Out of a strict attitude, he didn't write about it. Neria saw that Apox really knew a lot about Egypt and immediately became excited. She then asked, Then it's about, when Eunice wanted to call Apox on the field, she found the two of them talking and laughing on the sidelines. She looked at them with a strange expression. You two are not bad. You got to know each other so quickly. Neria's face immediately turned red. Apox forced himself to be calm and said, What's the matter? Second sister. It's your turn. Got it, Apox responded and turned his head to ask, Neria, do you know how to play football? Yes, I know how to play a little, Neria said softly. Then let's go and play together. The famous scholar Plato of Athens once said, The young people of the city should participate in more sports. This will help them grow into a healthy and noble citizen of the city. Eunice saw that Apox was still talking at this time while Neria was nodding seriously. The smile on her face became more and more strange. She deliberately said, I'm sorry. We can only replace one person. Then take Bryant's out too, Apox said without hesitation. Why me? The sharp-eared Bryants heard it and loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. In the end, Apox and Neria still went on the field. Catch the ball. Eunice deliberately kicked the ball towards Nelia with a long leg, wanting to see how good she was at football. In the end, the seemingly soft and weak Neria easily stopped the ball in front of her. Not bad. Eunice praised loudly. Apox's eyes lit up. Brindisi was a purely naval military town. All the citizens of the city were either navy or cavalry. In addition to military training, they were also enthusiastic about various sports. Every year, they would send teams to participate in the kingdom's rugby and football competitions, and they had won the championship of the football finals many times. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it. The people of Brindisi were mainly composed of sailors. They fought against the wind and waves at sea all year round. Their bodies were well proportioned and strong, their feet were very stable, and they had good balance. They had an innate advantage in playing football. The achievements of the people of Brindisi in football made the sport popular throughout the city. Not only did they love watching football, but they also loved playing football. Neria was naturally influenced by it. While the boys and girls were happily playing football in the afterglow of the setting sun, the elder of Dionia, Cornelis, dragged his tired body back to his mansion. Before he could sit down, his wife, Hesia, immediately rushed over and asked, "How is our child Eucharis? Which legion is he assigned to? Have you written to the legion commander and asked him to take good care of him? Didn't I already say that the law of Dionia states that administrative officials are not allowed to inquire about or interfere with the internal affairs of the army, especially during the war? You ask these questions every day when you come back. Even if you don't annoy me, I'm annoyed. Can't you let me take a breather? I just came back and didn't even change Bolton." Cornelis complained. "Eucharis is our only son. This is his first time on the battlefield, and he's going to face the terrifying Carthage people. Shouldn't we be worried? I only asked you to ask. I didn't ask you to use your power to prevent the child from going to the battlefield. What's wrong with that? If you don't dare to ask, I'll go look for Sir Helos." Hesia said angrily. Her eyes were red. She suddenly stomped her feet and turned to walk out. When Cornelis saw this, he hurriedly chased after her and pulled her back. "Oh, Hesia, stop fooling around. You won't be able to see Helos, even if you go." After the Senate meeting, Helos didn't go home, but went straight to the Ministry of Military Affairs. "Then I'll go to the Ministry of Military Affairs to look for him," Hesia said without hesitation. Cornelis said anxiously, "There are many people in the Ministry of Military Affairs. If you go there, do you want the whole city to know that I, Cornelis, followed my personal feelings for my child? Do you want the Minister of Civil Affairs to impeach me? I will let the Minister of Civil Affairs impeach you." Although Hesia said so, she stopped walking. Cornelis saw this and immediately persuaded, "I've worked hard in Dionia for so many years. His Majesty trusts me very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have announced after he led the army to war, 'With me as the leader, I will temporarily govern the internal affairs of the kingdom with the other 4 rotating presidents.' I also get along well with other colleagues, and I haven't had any grudges with anyone over the years. His Majesty and colleagues all know that I only have one child. The name Cornelis Eucharis is clearly written on the conscription register. In the kingdom, who else would have the surname Cornelis other than me? As long as someone has the intention, they will take care of Eucharis. Now, every child in the Senate is not going to war to kill the enemy. Even His Majesty has sent his son, adopted son and son-in-law who has just reached adulthood to the battlefield. You know that Raphael's second son died in Latin, and Tritodemus' son-in-law was seriously injured and had to be amputated. As the rotating president of the Senate, if I take the initiative to ask about the child's situation at this time, it will give others something to use against me. But this is our only son, we were just asking." Hesia said, tears falling from her eyes. "Speaking of which, 20 years ago, Cornelis' original wife and children died in the war between the Lucanians and the Turis. Later, after the establishment of the Dionia alliance and the situation became more stable, Cornelis married a new wife. At that time, he was already in his 50s, and he actually got his wife pregnant and had a child. Naturally, he was very happy and cherished his wife. But at this moment, he could only hold his wife and sighed deeply. Who asked him to be a boy? At this time, the servant walked into the backyard. Seeing this scene, he did not know what to do for a moment. "What's the matter?" Cornelis asked. Hesia hurriedly wiped away her tears. "Master, Lord Helos has come to visit." Cornelis' heart skipped a beat. Seeing his wife casting him a hopeful look, he nodded slightly. "Quickly invite him in." Literature Hall. Chapter 960. "Lord Cornelis, it's already dinner time. I'm really sorry to disturb you." Helos immediately apologized as soon as he sat down. For ordinary people, it's indeed leisure time. But for the kingdom, it's a special period. And for you and me, every day is a busy one. Cornelis laughed and asked, "Lord Helos, is there something important for you to visit at this time?" I just received a letter from His Majesty, so I came to discuss it with you, Helos said with a straight face. Cornelis's heart tightened, and he asked anxiously, "What happened?" His Majesty mentioned in the letter that he has already appointed you Caries as his direct messenger. Hearing this, Cornelis felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His Majesty really misses me, he said with a trembling voice. Thank His Majesty for his concern. Helos saw Cornelis suddenly burst into tears, and he understood his feelings. But as the Minister of Military Affairs, it was not his place to comment on this aspect. So he coughed and continued. In addition, His Majesty also mentioned that within this month, all the new warships must be assigned to the Sicilian and Third Fleets. All the new warships? Within this month. Cornelis was a little surprised, and he was very hesitant. So far, the kingdom has 250 new warships built, and the crew needed is close to 50,000 people. Previously, His Majesty led nearly 100,000 soldiers, and the current Third Fleets and Sicilian fleets also have more than 50,000 people. The military food supply is already very tight. Now that it has increased to 200,000 people, the consumption of food is very huge. Cough! Cough! Suddenly, a cough came from the side room next to the hall. Cornelis saw Helos turn his head curiously, and he suddenly blushed and said hurriedly, "This, military food supply. The food supply is indeed a big problem." Helos continued frankly, "But His Majesty believes that Carthage is powerful and must concentrate all of his forces in order to defeat him. Otherwise, if a long stalemate occurs, the consumption of the kingdom's resources will be even greater. Therefore, His Majesty must request Lord Cornelis and the other chairmen to discuss with the ministers of the various departments to reserve enough rations and supplies for this unprecedented army of the kingdom to ensure that they can fight for at least half a year." Half a year. Cornelius looked troubled. He shook his head and sighed. "That's difficult. Difficult. Very well. I will discuss this matter with everyone at the cabinet meeting tomorrow." After receiving the order from the Devers, Middleades led the Third Fleet to patrol the coast of Sardinia every day in an attempt to find a way to fight Carthage's new fleet. But for a few days, apart from sinking a few Carthage merchant ships, there was no sign of Carthage's fleet at all. This made the crew of the Third Fleet a little depressed. After interrogating the captured Carthage merchants, they learned that Carthage's new fleet had indeed arrived in Sardinia, but since it entered the port of Saros, it had not been seen going out. Was the Carthage fleet afraid of the Dionysian fleet? The crew of the Third Fleet felt that this was very likely. After all, it was a new fleet, and it needed a process of familiarizing and breaking in. But this gave Middleades a headache. If the enemy did not fight, the Third Fleet could not complete the task given by His Majesty, and they did not dare to harass the coast of Sardinia with all their might, for fear of a sudden attack by the new fleet. This morning, the weather was clear with a slight southeast wind, and slight waves could be seen in the coastal waters. The Third Fleet sailed out of the port of Alenia and continued the cruise of the previous few days. It went all the way south from the north end of Sardinia to the west coast. At this time, a fast ship that was scouting ahead came and reported to Middleades. More than a dozen Carthage merchant ships had left the port of St. Iberia and were sailing south at a relatively slow speed. When Middleades heard this, he was overjoyed. A merchant fleet of this size leaving the port of St. Iberia was usually used to transport precious metal ores. Attacking it could not only complete the task given by His Majesty the Devers, but it was also very likely to attract reinforcements from Carthage's new fleet. Middleades immediately gave the order to pursue and attack. Under his instruction, the Third Fleet deliberately sailed closer to the coast when passing by the coastal waters of St. Iberia, and even blew the bugle to attack. Merchant ships carrying heavy loads could not outrun warships in terms of speed. Not long after, the Third Fleet saw Carthage's fleet not far ahead. In order to attract reinforcements from Carthage's fleet, Middle-Aids did not give the order to attack immediately. Instead, he followed the fleet from behind. "There's a signal in front to turn west," the lookout on the mast shouted. Carthage's merchant ships were escaping to the west. Middle-Aids was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood that Carthage's merchant ships were trying to escape the pursuit of the fleet with the help of the wind. "Follow them." Middle-Aids gave the order without hesitation. A new flag was raised on the flagship, and the third fleet began to sail away from the coast and into the distant sea. The color of the sea was gradually darkening, and the wind and waves were gradually getting stronger than those near the coast. A wave came and was split apart by the bow of the ship, turning into strings of water droplets that splashed onto the deck. Middle-Aids felt a little uneasy when he was hit by the water droplets. He turned around and shouted, "Anything happening at the back?" The lookout at the stern replied loudly, "It's the same as before, there's no movement." Carthage's new fleet did not fall for their trap. Middle-Aids was a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and gave the order decisively, have the first B squadron chase after them, sink the merchant ships, and then return. "General, we're abandoning our previous plan," the flagship captain asked in surprise. Middle-Aids thought for a moment and said, "The military law of Dionia states that fleets are not allowed to go too deep into the distant sea. Also, judging from the current situation, the wind and waves in the distant sea are stronger than near the coast. Don't forget the lesson of the Sicilian fleet." The captain's expression immediately turned serious when he heard this. After receiving the flagship's flag signal, the sailors of the fast warships at the front of the fleet began to speed up. The speed of the warships was increasing rapidly. At the same time, however, the Carthage fleet was also speeding up. They maneuvered their sails agilely and moved forward in a zigzag pattern, causing the waves to become an obstacle for the fast warships. Therefore, although the distance between the two sides was gradually shrinking, it was obvious that they could not catch up in a short time. Not long after, Middle-Aids received the terrible news that the fast warships have not caught up to the Carthage merchant ships yet from the returning clippers. While he was surprised, he also made up his mind. Stop the chase immediately and return at full speed. "General, they may be about to capture those merchant ships." The captain could not help but remind when he heard the order. Middle-Aids did not explain immediately. Instead, he said firmly again, "Blow the bugle and raise the flag signal. Execute immediately." After everything was executed, he said faintly, "Every battle determines the life and death of countless brothers. Greed will blind our rationality and make irreversible mistakes." Middle-Aids said this with emotion. Unlike Thurian, he was originally a more cautious person. However, after he used a scheme to seize Alenia, his mentality changed a little. He wanted to continue attacking the Phoenician city-states on Sardinia Island, but he failed and lost many fleets and infantrymen. However, the King of Devers did not punish him and continued to trust him. This made him feel guilty and constantly remind himself. At this moment, he decisively stopped the chase. It was a reflection from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly realized that he had been too eager to fight the Carthage merchant ships for the past few days, causing his mentality to be out of balance. He had neglected some principles of naval warfare that he should normally follow. The vanguard warships of the Third Fleet were about to bite the fat meat that was the Carthage merchant ships into their mouths, but they suddenly received the flag to retreat. Both the crew and the captain found it hard to accept, but Middle-Aids had led the Third Fleet for 6 or 7 years. He had a relatively high prestige among the captain and crew, and with the deterrence of the military law of Dionia, the crew had no choice but to obey despite their dissatisfaction. Since they were only chasing after the merchant ships, the Third Fleet did not adopt a battle formation. Instead, they formed a long column and placed the 3 B squadrons at the front, middle, and rear, forming the usual fleet formation for patrol. Middle-Aids and the 2nd B squadron were in the middle. When the order was given, the vanguard quickly became the rear, and the rear became the vanguard. All the warships turned around one after another and swiftly sailed towards the coast. From the moment they discovered the Carthage merchant ships, to the pursuit and finally to their return, it had only taken less than half an hour. However, the crew was initially excited and expectant, but after a period of strenuous running and getting nothing, their mood quickly turned to disappointment. On the way back, the crew did not chant in unison, nor did they talk or sing loudly in excitement. Middle-Aids could understand their feelings, but he did not think that his order was wrong. The entire fleet sailed in silence. The only sounds that could be heard were the paddling of the oars and the cries of the seagulls circling above the fleet. This meant that they were approaching the coast. It was at this moment the lookout on the flagship's mainmast suddenly shouted loudly, "Yellow flag! A yellow flag has been raised in front of us. The Carthage fleet has appeared. They're here." The lookout's shout immediately caused a commotion among the crew on the deck and in the cabins. Middle-Aids, who had been leaning against the mast and resting with his eyes closed all this time, also widened his eyes at this moment. "How many enemies do we have?" "2 yellow flags." The lookout shouted loudly, "It should be about the same number as us." Middle-Aids abruptly stood up and gave a decisive order. "Sound the bugle. Raise the attack flag. At the same time, raise the Starry Sky flag." Chapter 961. Woo! The bugle sounded. 2 long strips of cloth, one red and one black, quickly fluttered on top of the flagship's main mast. The other warships also saw the warning flag in front of them. At this time, the flagship sent out another message to attack. The originally dull fleet suddenly became lively. The captain's orders, the lookout's reminders, and the sailors' chants came from each warship, causing the entire fleet's formation to change. The third fleet was no longer a 4-way column of warships. Instead, it rapidly moved forward and spread to the 2 sides. The distance between the horizontal ships widened, while the distance between the columns shrunk. The entire fleet's formation changed from a long snake to a goose with its wings spread. The warships of the Third Fleet, which had been established for almost 10 years, lined up in formation with great familiarity and tacit understanding. At the same time, they were constantly shortening the distance between them and the Carthage fleet opposite them. At this time, sitting on the flagship of the Carthage fleet was the commander of the Carthage navy, Anubis. The appearance of the Dionysian fleet in this area surprised him. Did the Dionia see through our plan to lure the enemy? "Sir, should we retreat for now?" the captain of the flagship asked carefully. Anubis looked ahead and pondered for a moment. Then he said decisively, "Although some things don't go according to our plan, the Dionia are still in a disadvantageous position. As long as we stop them, the final victory will be ours." "Sir, but can Audiobook and the others arrive in time?" The captain's words were vague. Anubis understood what he meant and said in a low voice, "This naval battle is very important to Carthage. It's also very important to Lord Margot. Audiobook will definitely understand its importance. He will do his best." At this point, Anubis shouted an order. "Get into a circular formation and prepare for battle." After giving the order, Anubis looked up at the scorching sun above his head with some disgust. He got up and went down to the cabin. In order to save time and build more warships, Carthage and the allied shipyards temporarily gave up on the construction of 4-tiered warships and large flagships. Therefore, the flagship that Anubis was on was only a modified 3-tiered warship. It did not have a forecastle, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The circular formation was a type of defensive formation. The warships were arranged in a circle, and the distance between each warship was relatively close. Only the bow of the warship was facing outwards. The 2 sides and the rear were protected by their own warships. It was like a hedgehog that had shrunk into a ball and erected its spikes, making it impossible for the attacking enemy to attack. Although the circular formation had the disadvantage of making the warships move slowly within it, its strong defense was exactly what Anubis needed at the moment. After all, he had experienced the great naval battle with the Sicilian fleet of Dionia. He was still fearful of the attack power of the Dionia warships. Therefore, he wanted to use of the circular formation to delay and wait for an opportunity. However, compared to other ship formations, the circular formation was not only much more difficult to arrange, but it also took a longer time to arrange. Just as the various Carthage warships received the order from the flagship and began to gather towards the Carthage flagship under the command of the captains, the Third Fleet of Dionia had already begun their attack. All the warships of the Third Fleet had lowered their sails, and the Raven warships had also been fitted with drawbridges. After hearing the order to attack, all the sailors fell into a state of excitement. They quickly stuffed the rations they carried with them into their mouths, chewing while listening to the orders of the boatswain and the piper. They controlled the oars and kept increasing the speed of the oars. At this moment, the lookout on the mainmast of the flagship shouted in panic, "General, there's a warning from the warships behind us. Double yellow flags. Enemy ships have appeared, and their numbers are about the same as ours." The middle-aged's heart tightened. Some of the doubts in his heart were immediately solved. Why didn't the Carthage warships escape along the coast, but instead run into the dangerous, distant sea? Why were these seemingly fully loaded Carthage warships able to maintain a relatively high speed and possess superb ship piloting skills? This is the scheme of the Carthage fleet. They've already set up an ambush at the distant sea and lured us there with their merchant ships. While they're fighting us, another fleet will arrive from the rear and attack us from both sides. Add that to the fact that the Raven warships aren't able to perform well at sea. The Third Fleet is very likely to suffer a terrible defeat. Middle-aged felt a lingering fear. He was thankful that his previous failure had kept him vigilant. "General, what do we do? Should we turn the first B squadron behind us around and intercept them?" The captain asked nervously. In the face of danger, or perhaps because he was thankful that he had escaped death, Middle-aged's mind was exceptionally clear right now. He shook his head and said solemnly, "The enemy's warships are almost twice the number of our warships. Splitting our forces will only weaken our offensive power even more. The enemy behind us has just been discovered, and they're at least 1.5 kilometers away from us. The enemy in front of us is already within reach." He paused for a moment. His eyes turned determined, and his tone abruptly turned fierce. "Raise 2 more red flags. All warships are not allowed to stop. Charge forward." 3 red and 1 black cloth strips fluttered at the top of the flagship's mainmast. For the other warships, who saw the warning from the warship behind them, it eliminated the hesitation in their hearts. For the warships at the front that were approaching the enemy, it was even more of a cardiac stimulant. Attack! Attack again! Fight to the end! Under the encouragement of the boatswain, every sailor's fighting spirit soared and their oars accelerated. Every warship shot towards the Carthage fleet like an arrow released from a bow. The Raven warship was charging towards the enemy ship. When the 2 ships were very close to each other, the sailors immediately retracted their oars. Under the control of the helmsman, the Raven warship slid forward using inertia. The operator on the deck tightly gripped the axle that rotated the drawbridge. When the 2 ships were about to collide, the operator pressed down on the handle, and the drawbridge quickly smashed down on the bow of the enemy ship. With a loud bang, the stern of both ships jumped up at the same time, and the sailors in the cabins fell all over the place. The infantrymen in the Raven warship tried their best to control their bodies. They rushed out of the cabins onto the deck and quickly rushed over the drawbridge. There were only a few soldiers and archers on the enemy's warship. Facing the fully armed infantrymen of the fleet, the resistance of the Carthage sailors was destined to be a tragedy. When screams came from the front from time to time, Anubis suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. A circular formation was indeed the best warship defensive formation, but that was only against enemies who also operated conventional 3-tiered warships. Right now, he was facing the Dionian navy, which was good at using drawbridges to link ships and jumping over them. The ships were arranged in a circular formation, and it was difficult for them to move, so they became the target of the enemy's wanton attacks. Anubis was full of regret. Instead, he vented his resentment on the captain. "Why didn't you warn me just now?" The captain was speechless. This was because, like Arnabis, he had been influenced by traditional naval tactics for a long time. When they suddenly encountered an enemy just now, he would instinctively choose the most suitable tactic to deal with it. In other words, he felt that the strategy Arnabis adopted was correct, so he did not object. However, he had completely forgotten that they were facing an enemy who did not fight according to conventional naval tactics at all. This was mainly because Anubis had only fought with the Dionian navy once, so he did not have a deep impression of their fleet's tactics. "Hurry! Hurry! Blow the bugle call for retreat. Let the warships hide!" Anubis shouted in exasperation. The captain was stunned. "Sir, can't we hold on a little longer? Audiobook and the others might be here soon. By the time Audiobook arrives, our fleet will probably be finished." Anubis roared in exasperation, completely forgetting what he had just said. Because of the Dionysian fleet in front of him, he still did not know that Audiobook was rushing over with his fleet. The Carthage navy was not like the Dionian navy, which had developed a complicated flag signal system after being instructed by the Devers to be able to convey orders in a timely and clear manner. However, the Carthage navy, which had been at sea for hundreds of years, also had its own way of conveying orders at sea. The 10 buglers on the deck of the flagship blew the bugle call for retreat at the same time. The urgent sound of the bugle call spread out in all directions. Although the Carthage fleet's circular formation was not completely completed, the warships were all moving closer to the flagship, which was just enough for them to hear the bugle call clearly. However, it was impossible to execute this order immediately and have the entire fleet retreat immediately, because this was a circular formation. The warships on the periphery had to retreat first to make space for the warships on the inside to retreat. However, the warships of the Dionia Third Fleet quickly pressed forward, and in a short period of time they came into contact with half of the periphery of the Carthage circular formation. Under the fierce attack of the Dionia warships, it was not easy to retreat smoothly. Now, when the warships at the front saw their friendly warships being hooked by the enemy's drawbridge one after another, and then the soldiers of the Dionysian fleet charged onto the deck like wolves, followed by screams of agony, the crew of the Carthage fleet all trembled in fear, fearing that they would follow in their footsteps. The sound of the bugle call for retreat made them feel relieved, and they all turned around and retreated. This caused the already narrow interior of the circular formation to become even narrower, affecting the speed of the warship's retreat. Just then, the regretful Anubis suddenly stopped complaining and said to the captain of the flagship with uncertainty, "I think I heard the bugle call for us to attack." The captain was stunned and immediately listened attentively. At this time, the lookout on the mast shouted, "A fleet has appeared behind the Dionysian fleet. It's our fleet. Sir Audiobook has arrived." Anubis' previous dejection was swept away. Audiobook, whom he used to hate and despise, had now become his most welcome target. He shouted excitedly, "Well done, Audiobook! Hurry! Order the warships to stop retreating. Attack the enemy immediately." Chapter 962. As soon as he gave the order, he immediately turned the flagship around and sped towards the Dionysian fleet. When the surrounding warships saw this, they quickly made the corresponding move. But for the Carthage warships that were further away, they first heard the bugle call to retreat, and soon changed to the bugle call to attack. These two completely opposite orders made them feel puzzled. This was a newly formed fleet. Although most of the crew members were survivors of the previous Carthage fleet after the storm, it had, after all, been reorganized. The biggest problem was that despite Ademica's strong opposition, with the support of the Senate, Anubis still mixed the survivors of the previous Carthage fleet and the Iberian fleet together and assigned them to each new warship. In this way, All the warships were under the unified command of a naval commander, and there was no longer any independent Iberian fleet. That was why, when this new fleet hastily went into battle without going through sufficient run-ins, they hadn't developed a good sense of obedience to the new fleet commander. For the Iberian crew, Anubis was a stranger, so the usual patrolling and sailing didn't show. But in times of crisis, the problem was exposed. Some warships were hesitant about whether or not to carry out this later order. And just when this Carthage fleet was disunited and chaotic due to the two orders, the attack of the Third Dionia fleet continued to show its power. The Crow warship smashed open the outer shell of the circular formation like a hammer, followed by the fast three-decker or warships that rushed in. Their narrow hulls shuttled quickly in the narrow internal space of the circular formation, as agile as swimming fish. But when they found an opportunity, they turned into ferocious sharks, twisting the oars of the enemy ships and smashing their hulls, making the already somewhat chaotic Carthage fleet even more chaotic at this point in the battle. Some Carthage warships saw that the situation was not good and began to withdraw from the battlefield. Speaking of which, the new Carthage fleet originally had 190 warships. After arriving in Sardinia, it merged with the 40 warships that originally belonged to Sardinia's Phoenician city-state, bringing the total number of warships to 230. After Anubis formulated this plan, he divided the new fleet almost equally. In order to ensure that the warships commanded by Audiobook, who were responsible for the ambush in the distant sea, could resist the attack of the Dionia warships and create a complete chaotic battle, they could hold on until the fleet he personally led arrived and formed a two-pronged attack, because Anubis believed that if they arrived too early, the Dionysian fleet that had not yet entered the battle would likely realize that the situation was not good and escape early, resulting in a poor result. The 110 warships he assigned to Audiobook were all Carthage warships, while the 40 weaker Phoenician warships were incorporated into his own fleet. He believed that in a situation where he had a great advantage, there was no need to worry about the combat power of the Phoenician warships. However, the current situation was that Anubis's fleet was in a passive position. Faced with the fierce attack of the Dionia warships, several Phoenician warships chose to follow the flagship's previous order and retreated as if they did not hear the order to attack. Their retreat also affected the fighting spirit of the nearby Phoenician warships, who all followed suit and retreated, making it difficult for the entire Carthage fleet to even maintain its defense, let alone attack. After Anubis learned about the situation through the lookout, he was so angry that there was nothing he could do. "Sir, let's retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to," the captain urged anxiously. At this time, Dionia warships had appeared on both sides of the Carthage flagship. Because Anubis was personally supervising the battle, the situation at the front was slightly better. If things continued like this, the flagship would be cut off and be surrounded. "Let's retreat," Anubis said dejectedly. He covered his face and sat on the deck, completely unable to face the fact that, as a veteran admiral, he had first arranged the wrong formation in a hurry when they were suddenly attacked by the enemy. Then he repeatedly changed his orders, causing the originally advantageous battle to turn into a rout. "The enemy is retreating! The enemy is retreating!" Lookout shouted excitedly from the top of the mast. Middle-Aids did not look relaxed. He asked anxiously, "How far is the Carthage fleet behind us?" "Only about 300 meters away." "Order all warships not to stop. Speed up and move forward. Remember, do not stop." Middle-Aids shouted sternly. "Captain, the flagship has raised 3 green flags," shouted the lookout from the stern of a Crow warship at the front of the fleet. "What? Green flags?" The captain furrowed his eyebrows. The Navy's flag language for the green flag was advance. When the Dionic Navy first set up their flag language, green represented spring, the revival of all things, the thawing of the glaciers, and the rushing forward. On the other hand, the white flag represented retreat. The Dionic Navy did not have a flag language for surrender. This meant that they had to let go of the Carthaginian warship that was rushing past their bow in a panic. Although he was unwilling, he had to obey the order. The captain sighed helplessly and said, "Charge forward! Go straight ahead! Remove the Crow drawbridge!" All the warships of the Third Fleet were carrying out the same order, causing the entire fleet to speed up again. This forced the Anubis fleet to speed up and flee. In their panic, they even collided with each other in order to escape. When these Carthage warships, which were moving slowly because of the collision, saw the Dionia warships approaching quickly, they were scared out of their wits. But a miracle happened. The Dionia warships brushed past them as if they did not see them and continued forward. Ademaika was filled with regret. Under Anubis's order, he led 110 warships to lie in ambush in the distant sea. His crew steered the warships up and down in the wind and waves, trembling as they waited for the Dionysian fleet to take the bait. In the end, after waiting for a long time, the merchant ship serving as the bait reported that the Dionysian fleet had chased them halfway and turned back. Ademaika was disappointed. He told the fleet to turn back and sent a clipper to investigate with a glimmer of hope. In the end, the clipper reported that the Dionysian fleet had been intercepted by the fleet led by Anubis. Ademaika's disappointment immediately turned into excitement. He ordered the fleet to speed up. Sure enough, it did not take long for them to see the Dionysian fleet in front of them. But at this time, he did not order the fleet to attack immediately. Instead, he ordered the fleet to slow down and get into formation. He did this after some consideration. First, in the battle at Thadium a few months ago, the Iberian fleet that he personally led had been defeated by the Dionysian fleet. He had some understanding of the Dionysian fleet's combat power. At this time, the Dionysian fleet that had just started fighting with Anubis's fleet was completely capable of separating some of their warships to turn around and block his attack, causing greater losses to the fleet that he led. Second, although he was now under Anubis's command, he was not convinced. He hoped that in this battle, the fleet under Anubis's command would suffer more losses, while he suffered fewer losses. This would help increase his prestige in the new fleet and increase his right to speak. Therefore, after Ademaika ordered all the warships to spread out and form a two-column formation, he did not move and watched the development of the battle in front of him. At the same time, he was wary of the Dionysian fleet's possible escape. But he never thought that the commander of the Dionysian fleet would be so decisive, ignoring his threat and ordering all the warships to participate in the attack. He also didn't think that the fleet under Anubis's command would perform so poorly. The battle only lasted for about 10 minutes, and they were already somewhat unable to hold on. After Ademaika roughly understood the situation of the battle in front of him through the lookout, he had no choice but to immediately give the order to attack. It took the Ademaika's fleet about 7 to 8 minutes to accelerate the warship from a standstill to a maximum speed, traversing a distance of nearly 1.5 miles to reach the rear of the Denian fleet. In order to allow the Anubis fleet to do their best to keep the enemy occupied, Ademaika even ordered the buglers on the flagship to blow the bugles with all their might. But all their efforts proved futile in the end. By the time they reached the battlefield, the Dionysian fleet had already passed through the Carthage formation and sailed at full speed into the distance. Only the damaged Carthage warships and the Carthage warships with half of their sailors were left scattered on the surface of the sea. Many Carthage sailors floated on the surface of the sea, calling for help loudly to the fleet. Instead, they became obstacles to the advance of the Ademaika fleet. Of course, not all the Dionia warships managed to escape in time. 7 or 8 Dionia warships slowed down due to the damage to their hulls, or because they could not withdraw their infantry in time and had to wait for more time, or because enemy ships suddenly appeared in front of them in a panic and they could not avoid them and had to collide with them. As a result, they could not rush out quickly enough. In short, they did not manage to leave the battlefield and fell far behind the Dionysian fleet. The warships of the Ademaika fleet chased after them. When the Dionysian warships saw that they could not escape, they all turned around to fight. Even though they performed bravely, they were outnumbered, and the Carthaginians quickly won. During this process, the Dionia Third Fleet did not turn around to rescue them. Instead, they sped up and left. Looking at the Dionysian fleet that had almost disappeared in the distance, and then at the devastated battlefield around him, Audiobook hesitated for a moment. Since it was impossible to catch up to the Dionysian fleet, he decided to rescue his compatriots first. At the same time, he also sent a clipper forward to investigate the Dionysian fleet's movements. He also ordered the clipper to search for the Carthage warships that had escaped and let them return to the fleet. Chapter 963. Half an hour later, a speedboat returned and informed Audiobook that after the Dionysian fleet approached the coast, they turned around and headed north. They passed by St. Iberia and were about to circle around the northern tip of Sardinia Island. Hearing this, Audiobook was greatly relieved. It seemed that the Dionysian fleet had returned to Alenia. Thus, Audiobook's fleet began a comprehensive rescue operation. They rescued all the sailors who had fallen into the water and placed them on the warships that had been ravaged by the Raven's warships. They bandaged the wounds of the sailors who had been slashed and transferred some of them to other warships. They made simple repairs to the less damaged warships, while the more heavily damaged warships were towed by other warships, ready to be brought back to the port. After all, there were too few warships in the Carthage fleet at the moment. Every ship that they could save was won. In addition, Audiobook also rescued as many of the Dionysian crew members as possible. This, of course, was not out of kindness. They could be used to exchange for the Phoenician civilians who had been captured by the Dionysian fleet in the past. At the same time, they were also trophies that the fleet could use to show off their achievements when they returned to the port of Saros. After all, compared to the defeated Anubis, he had gained some achievements. The crew of Audiobook's fleet had been busy with this. During this time, several warships that had originally belonged to Anubis arrived one after another and joined the fleet. It was not until the setting sun dyed the western sky red that the entire fleet slowly sailed east. During the voyage, the crew of one of the warships came up with a way to amuse themselves. They forced the captured Dionia sailors to run on the slippery deck naked. They could not slow down either. If they stopped, they would be beaten with wooden sticks, and if they fell, they would be whipped. Soon, the crew of the other warships followed suit and quickly spread the idea. Seeing the amusing and painful faces of the captives and listening to their shrill screams, they could vent their anger after losing to the Dionian navy several times. Some of the crew even came up with other ways to humiliate the captives, such as, in the flagship's cabin, the boatswain grabbed the leather helmet of a captive, touched the red tassel on top of the helmet, and asked, "Looks like you're a captain?" The captive, who was tied to the pillar of the ship, glared at him. "Boss, he doesn't understand what you're saying," a sailor said. "He will understand." The boatswain laughed coldly. He waved his hand and gave the captive a heavy slap. The captive screamed, and half of his face quickly swelled up. The boatswain shrugged at the sailors. "See, he understands." The sailors roared with laughter. The captive cursed angrily. The boatswain frowned and suddenly took the leather helmet and peed in it. Ah! The sailors showed looks of disgust. But when the boatswain put the cap before the captive and made him drink, they were excited again. The captive glared at him and spat on his face. This infuriated the boatswain, who seized the prisoner by the neck with his right hand, and with his right put the helmet to his mouth. The captive struggled with all his might, his face flushed red, and in the end he had no choice but to open his mouth and gasp for air. The boatswain took the opportunity to pour the urine in the helmet into his mouth. The captive choked and coughed, while the sailors laughed loudly. Audiobook watched this scene in the cabin through the gap in the middle of the deck. Even though a smile appeared on his face, he had to remind the captive, "Be careful, don't kill him." "Don't worry, sir. We will entertain him very carefully," the boatswain said respectfully as he patted the captive's head mockingly. Audiobook snorted, stood up, and walked to the bow of the ship. He looked ahead and fell into deep thought. He had already learned about the general course of the battle from the sailors he rescued, and realized the mistakes Arnabas made in the battle. He was thinking about how to write a letter to Margot, the leader of the Maganid family and the military commander of Carthage, so that he could use it to challenge the Hanoverian party in the Senate and take back the command of the navy. "Sir, a warship has appeared behind us," the watchman on the mainmast shouted loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Before he could respond, in A.O. Wangsho's field of vision, another indistinct image appeared behind the warship on the horizon. The watchman used his hand to block the dazzling rays of the setting sun and closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, the image in front of him became clear. It was many warships. "Sir, it's not a warship, it's a fleet." The watchman hugged the mast with one hand and pointed to the rear with the other, shouting nervously, "Whose fleet?" Audiobook was also nervous, but he first had to figure out whether it was a friend or foe. As there was still a slight southeast wind, neither Ademicus' fleet nor the unfamiliar fleet had raised their sails. The watchman had to widen his eyes and distinguish with great effort. "A black bow. It's the Dionia fleet. Sir, they're moving very fast." The watchman's words shattered Ademicus' hope. It also made him confused. Why would the Dionysian fleet appear in the west? Middleades led the third fleet and sailed eastward until the watchman told him that the Carthage warships behind them had stopped chasing. Although he had given the order to slow down, he still led the fleet to follow behind the fleeing Carthage warships until he saw with his own eyes that the enemy had fled into the port of Saros. Only then did he command the fleet to continue northward. When he reached the northern tip of Sardinia Island, he pretended that he was returning to Alenia. In fact, he led the fleet in a small circle, avoiding the detection of the Carthage's clippers, and then left the coastal waters, sailing straight west. He wanted to lead the third fleet to attack the Carthage fleet in the west. He knew that the entire fleet was missing nearly 10 warships, and they must have fallen into the hands of the Carthage fleet. As the commander of the third fleet, he had the responsibility to rescue the lost warships and captive crew. He was also very clear that according to the usual procedure of a naval battle, the Carthaginian fleet must be cleaning up the battlefield, rescuing the sailors who fell into the water, and helping the damaged warships. This would take a lot of time and would also make the entire fleet bloated and slow. At the same time, he also knew that the mission given to him by the King of Devers was to defeat the new fleet of Carthage. Now that he had such a rare opportunity, he would not let it go so easily. However, although Middleades and the captains were experienced in sailing, it was not easy to find a target in the vast sea. The entire fleet sailed to the west of the Carthage fleet, which delayed them for some time. When the sun set, they had to give up the search and began to return eastward. Unexpectedly, after a period of sailing, the clippers in front of them suddenly reported that they had discovered the Carthage fleet. Middleades immediately became excited and ordered all the warships to prepare for battle. In fact, it was a blessing in disguise for the third fleet. It was precisely because they had gone in the wrong direction and fell behind the Carthage fleet. Audiobook did not assign clippers to scout behind him because he did not think that there would be an enemy attack from the distant sea. As a result, when the third fleet came within sight of both sides, the Carthage fleet was unprepared. Hearing the lookout on the mainmast describe in detail that the Carthage fleet was moving very slowly ahead, and that there were some broken ships being towed, Middleades knew that his guess had become reality. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he loudly ordered, "Blow the bugle to attack! Raise the red flag and the black triangular flag." When the Dionia navy attacked, they usually adopted the starry sky formation. This was a naval formation that had been tested by the Navy over a long period of battle, and was proven to be able to fully utilize the advantages of the Dionia warships. Its flag was black, and it had many variations. The standard was a black rectangular flag with the Raven warships at the front and the fast warships at the back. The triangular black flag meant that the fast warships were at the front and the Raven warships were at the back. This was because Middle-Aids wanted to use the high speed of the fast warships to charge into the enemy's formation as soon as possible, further disrupting the unprepared Carthage fleet. When the sailors in the cabin heard the order issued by Middle-Aids on the deck, they began to get excited. The boatswain was also encouraging everyone. "Brothers, it's time to rescue our comrades and make a glorious contribution. Prepare for battle. Roar!" The sailors roared in unison, their eyes once again bursting with fighting spirit. They stuffed the remaining rations into their mouths and tightened their grip on the oars in their hands. Although the sailors had gone through a tough battle and were very tired, after returning to the coast, the sailors took turns paddling and got some rest. Especially when they made a circle and sailed from the east to the west, they even raised the sails. With the help of the southeast wind, they saved some energy and recovered some of their stamina. "Start accelerating." The boatswain signaled to the piper. "Beat, beat, beat." With the sharp sound of the piper, more than 200 wooden oars on both sides of the warship slid quickly like the legs of a millipede. The entire warship was like a sharp knife, cutting through the surging waves without any hindrance. The waves timidly avoided the dark bow of the warship and jumped onto the deck, drenching Middle-Aids' body. Middle-Aids did not care. He stared ahead without moving. When he saw that the Carthage warship was getting closer and closer to him, he signaled his men to bring the helmet with the purple and red tassels and put it on solemnly. At this time, a fast warship caught up from behind and swept past the left side of the flagship. The captain solemnly saluted Middle-Aids on the deck. Middle-Aids solemnly returned the salute. Then another fast warship swept past the right side of the flagship. Middle-Aids returned the salute again. Chapter 964. When he saw the Dionysian fleet, Ademeka's first reaction was to retreat immediately. But when he saw the swift attack of the Dionia warships, and then looked around at the bloated fleet around him, he had to dismiss the idea. After a brief moment of thought, Audiobook believed that the number of warships under his command was about the same as the Dionysian fleet in front of him, and that his crew had an advantage in terms of physical strength. They could definitely fight the Dionysian fleet. Therefore, he quickly gave the order for the entire fleet to fight. In fact, the Carthage warships had already begun to get busy. They cut the ropes that pulled the wounded ships and drove the captives on board into the sea again. Some of the more ruthless warships even forced their companions who had been injured by the infantry to jump into the sea first. This was to reduce the burden on the warships and restore their flexibility. But the salty seawater stimulated the wounds that had not yet healed, causing the wounded soldiers who jumped into the sea to scream and scream. Their screams echoed throughout the fleet, casting a shadow over the hearts of the crew even before the battle began. While the Carthage warships were still busy and the fleet had only just begun to line up, the Dionia warships had already rushed to the front. Captain Cessidorus of Dionia, who was tied to the wooden pillar of the flagship, was being humiliated by Carthage's crew. Suddenly, a shout came from the deck, and the Carthage sailors in the cabin panicked. The fierce-looking boatswain loosened his grip on Cessidorus' hair and said a few words loudly with a serious expression. The noisy cabin returned to silence, and the sailors sat upright on the wooden benches, holding the wooden oars with both hands. The boatswain shouted, and the sailors on one side began to paddle, while the other side remained motionless. Cessidorus immediately felt himself spinning along with the wooden pillar. Although he could not understand what Carthage was saying, as an expert, he knew that the warships were turning around. Why did Carthage's warships turn around? He guessed in his heart. At this moment, a few lightly armored Carthaginian soldiers came down from the deck. They ferociously used their spears and daggers to drive away the Dionysian captives locked in the lower deck. One of the captives was a little slow, and without a word, the Carthaginian soldier pierced his chest with a spear. Cessidorus cried out in grief and indignation. These were his men. What was Carthage planning to do? The Carthaginian soldiers did not stop their atrocities. Some soldiers even came in front of him and wanted to drag him up. However, perhaps the ropes were too tight, or perhaps the fact that he was the only captive did not matter. In the end, they chose to give up. Great Hades, you are the king of the underworld, the ruler of justice, and the guardian of the kingdom. I have steered the warships, fought at sea, and protected the kingdom. If that day comes, I went to your temple. I hope you will judge me fairly. Give me the glory of a warrior. The captive captain suddenly began to chant. The captives who were still struggling suddenly quietened down when they heard the voice. They began to sing along. There was no panic on their faces. Instead, there was more solemnity. There was no need for Carthage's soldiers to push them. Under Cisadorus' solemn gaze, they walked towards the deck with firm steps. Only the solemn singing echoed in the cabin. Although the Carthaginian sailors did not understand what they were singing, they inexplicably remained silent and did not dare to interrupt. The boatswain slapped Cisadorus's face hard again. He then waved his fist and cursed. The sailors then shouted in unison, as if they were full of fighting spirit. At that moment, there was a loud shout from the deck. The boatswain shouted the same words again. The flutist sitting at the exit of the cabin played a double-barreled flute. The sailors listened to the rhythm of the flute and increased the speed of the oars in unison. Cisadorus swallowed the blood in his mouth and did not curse loudly. He knew that the warship was speeding up. It was preparing for battle. Its enemy was self-evident. Our fleet is coming to destroy these damn Carthage's men. Cisadorus's heart was filled with joy, but he did not show it. Instead, he quietly observed the situation in the cabin. He turned his head and tried to look through the gap that the sailors revealed when they leaned forward and back. He looked through the narrow cabin window, but all he could see was the sliding wooden oars and the glowing seawater. He retracted his gaze in disappointment and once again focused his attention on the cabin. He had to admit that the Carthage's sailors were well trained and had great teamwork. Nearly 200 people were operating the warship as if they were controlling their own bodies. Whether it was accelerating, decelerating, turning, it was all smooth and smooth. There was not a single trace of sluggishness. Therefore, he focused his attention and carefully felt the movement of the warship. This should be the speed of attack. The Carthage's men still have some strength left. They should not have encountered our warship yet. Why did it suddenly stop? It's turning left. Oh, it's accelerating. Could it be that our warship is ahead on the left? It's accelerating. It's still accelerating. This is the speed of a charge. The Carthage's men are preparing to attack our warship. What should I do? In his anxiety, Cisadorus suddenly opened his mouth and whistled. Shoo! 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 Another high-pitched sound suddenly sounded in the cabin. But unlike the double-barreled flute, its rhythm was much slower. The two sounds intertwined, but it affected the highly excited sailors. The captive captain was delighted to see that some of the sailors rowing rhythm had become chaotic. At that moment, a huge fist appeared in front of him, followed by the angry face of the boatswain. Then he received a heavy blow to the head and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Cisadorus gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes slightly and felt that the atmosphere in the cabin was no longer as relaxed as before. The boatswain looked nervous as he listened attentively to the orders coming from the deck. From time to time, he would shout a few times. The sailors were covered in sweat and panting heavily. The muscles on their hands were bulging and their veins were exposed. Their bodies were tense as they tried their best to control their bodies on the wooden benches. In such a tense state, no one noticed that he had woken up. Cisadorus also felt his body tilting left and right along with the wooden poles. He knew in his heart that the warship was constantly spinning and accelerating. It was under attack. Cisadorus' heart was like a mirror. He breathed lightly, trying his best to recover some strength. At the same time, he was waiting for an opportunity. After a while, a hurried and nervous shout came from the deck. Under the command of the boatswain, the sailors on the left rowed faster, and the sailors on the right stopped. The warship quickly turned to the right. After a while, the sailors on the right rowed faster, and the sailors on the left rowed at a normal speed. Cisadorus knew in his heart that this was a difficult reverse S-curve maneuver. It was a tactical maneuver used to avoid being hit by the enemy ship and then escape the siege. In other words, the warship was under siege. In such a dangerous situation, the sailors of Carthage could still move in unison and neat. However, a sneer appeared on Cisadorus' swollen face. He was from Rockley. In the eyes of outsiders, the people of Rockley were used to obeying the strict laws of the city. However, the punishment of having their eyes gouged out and their hands broken had actually given birth to a character among some people who were willing to risk their lives and never shirk their responsibilities. Cisadorus would never let these people of Carthage, who wantonly humiliate and kill captives, escape. He opened his mouth and said, Sure. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic whistle sounded in the cabin again. The highly focused sailors were stunned, and some of them unconsciously slowed down their oars to the whistle. The boatswain roared, picked up a spear in the corner, and pierced Cisadorus' chest. Blood flowed from the captive captain's mouth. Although his whistle weakened, it did not stop. When there was a loud bang, the whole ship trembled, and the warship suddenly stopped moving. The sailors of Carthage cried out in alarm, and he died with a smile on his face. After Carthage's flagship was captured by the Raven warship, the infantrymen of the fleet saw the body of Cisadorus tied to a wooden pillar in the cabin with a spear piercing through his chest. Through the translation of the captive sailors, they learned about Cisadorus' heroic deeds and were all moved. Not long after, Middleades learned about it and immediately ordered, "Carefully transport the body of Captain Cisadorus back to the flagship and keep it safe." When the body of Cisadorus was carried to the flagship of the Third Fleet, Middleades and the crew of the ship stood at attention solemnly and solemnly saluted. The Third Fleet surprise attack caught the Carthage fleet, which was full of wounded soldiers, captives, and dragging the damaged ship by surprise. The swift and fierce attack that followed completely disrupted the formation of ships that had yet to take shape. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the Carthage fleet was defeated, and even their flagship was captured. The Third Fleet won the battle. Considering that night was about to fall, Middleades ordered all the warships to stop chasing and quickly rescue all the sailors who had fallen into the sea. At the same time, Middleades also considered that the new fleet of Carthage still had some combat power left, and on the way back, the fleet had to pass by the coast of Sardinia, so he was worried that they would attack at any time. In order to prevent his fleet from repeating the mistakes of the enemy, he also ordered all the captured warships of Carthage to be sunk, and not to rescue any of the sailors of Carthage who had fallen into the sea. He even cruelly ordered all the warships on his side to be sunk as well. The consecutive victories raised Middleades' prestige, and under his insistence, the warships of the Third Fleet strictly followed his orders. Chapter 965. Only the surviving Carthage sailors from the Carthage flagship were not chased into the sea. They were evenly distributed to the decks of the various warships. The sailors who had been captured by the Carthage and were lucky enough to survive were armed with wooden sticks and whips, returning all the humiliation they had suffered to the enemy. Only 2 captives, Audiobook and the boatswain of the Carthage flagship, were left on the flagship. Middleades had the captive captain's men stab the boatswain to death with a spear, avenging the death of his captain. When Middleades turned his gaze to Audiobook, the former commander of the Iberian fleet, a member of the Maginid family, looked haggard but calm. "Do it." Middleades smiled. "You are the biggest prize of this naval battle. How can I let you die so easily?" As he spoke, he had his men take a helmet and had the crew pee in it. Then he brought it to Audiobook and said coldly, "Either drink the urine in it or cut off the thing you pee on. Make your choice." Audiobook's expression finally changed drastically. In that day's naval battle, the new Carthage fleet lost a total of 70 warships and nearly 13,000 crew members. The Third Dionia fleet lost 56 warships, and 7 warships suffered varying degrees of damage. They did not capture a single enemy ship. After Anubis fled back to the port of Saros, he was busy reorganizing the warships that had fled back. He did not lead the fleet to rescue Audiobook again. This was mainly because he was mainly responsible for the failure of this plan. For a moment, he did not know how to face this Iberian Navy admiral who seemed to be his subordinate, but was actually his competitor. Thus, he decided to just not see him, not worry about him. Unexpectedly at night, news suddenly came. The Dionia had defeated the fleet led by Audiobook, and even Audiobook himself had been captured. Anubis was shocked. The news he had received before was that the Dionysian fleet had already returned north to Elenia. He did not expect that these terrifying Dionia people would dare to return and fight Audiobook's fleet. Previously, he could still blame the storm for the destruction of the fleet, but this time he had to face the fearsome fighting strength and high morale of the Dionian navy. In the next few days, the remnants of Carthage's new fleet hid in the port and refused to fight no matter how the Dionysian fleet provoked them. The route from Sardinia to Carthage was cut off again. The army led by the Devers left Gela and marched westward along the coastline. They camped in Iconium and Agrigento. Both towns were destroyed by Carthage. The Devers left enough time for the soldiers to build camps, but Carthage's army never showed up. On the 4th day, the army arrived at Minoa. The city built on a hill was even more severely damaged. "Your Majesty, it seems that we can only build our camp on the flat land across the river," Tormid suggested. The Devers stood on the hill and looked down at the lowlands to the west. Although the fields had been harvested, they could still see a golden field. He asked, "Is this the battlefield where Persosus led his army to defeat Carthage's people?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid pointed to the north. "It is said that Commander Persosus's camp was built there." The Devers turned and looked for a while, then turned to the front and asked, "How far is Serenus city from here?" "About 100 miles," Tormid replied. The Devers thought for a moment and ordered, "We will camp on the hill. Inform the engineers to quickly survey the terrain and have the troops march faster. Hurry up the hill and clear Minoa city. Yes, Your Majesty." Although Tormid slightly disagreed with the Devers' cautiousness, he knew that the Devers had made up his mind, so he did not raise any objections. Just as they were about to return to the destroyed Minoa city, a group of Dionia scouts galloped over from the flat land to the west. They crossed the Platani River and rushed to the foot of the hill. They shouted urgently, "Report! Carthage's cavalry is here. There are many of them." A soldier reported immediately after hearing it. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. The Devers pondered and said, "It seems that Carthage's people finally couldn't help it. Your Majesty, I will inform the troops who have already gone up the hill to prepare for defense immediately." The Devers nodded. Tormid turned and left. The Devers looked around, then pointed to a large section of the western wall of Minoa city that was still standing in front of them. He said, "Let's go up to the city to check on the enemy." The chief of the palace guards, Marcius, immediately dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, Minoa city is seriously damaged. I'm afraid that the wall is not strong enough. It could be dangerous. Send someone to confirm it." The Devers did not give up. Marcius had to send a group of guards up the wall to investigate. After a while, they reported, "That section of the wall is still relatively strong." The Devers immediately walked to the wall. The others could only follow. Standing on the wall and looking to the west, the view was wider. The Carthage cavalry came quickly. They poured into the flat lowlands like a tide. The vanguard had already galloped to the other side of the Platani River. "Carthage has so many cavalry. I think there are at least 5,000 of them." Henneborus, who was next to him, exclaimed, "To be precise, those should be foreign cavalry recruited by Carthage." I'm afraid the real Carthage cavalry only accounts for a small part of them. Divers widened his eyes and pointed at the Carthaginian cavalry that was shrouded in dust at the foot of the mountain. He said in a serious tone, "Look, those cavalries that are poorly equipped but have the largest number should be the Namibians. They are good at throwing javelins. And over there, those cavalries with leather helmets and long swords should be the Iberians. As for the Carthaginian cavalry, oh, I finally found them. There, they are wearing shiny armor. I heard that Margot also hired some cavalries from Mauritania. But the Mauritanian cavalry and the Namibian cavalry are wearing similar clothes, so it's hard to tell them apart." Divers said as if he was counting his family treasures. "From the looks of it, the Carthaginian cavalry is a patchwork. Although our cavalry army is smaller in number, we shouldn't lose to them, right?" Hanniborus, who didn't know much about military affairs, was very confident in the kingdom's army. The Devers was silent for a moment before saying frankly, "In terms of cavalry, we are weaker than the Carthage people." In the previous battle, several cavalry legions had suffered varying degrees of loss of soldiers, and they had not been well replenished after that. After all, cavalry was different from infantry. It was too costly and not easy to cultivate. However, even if the 4 cavalry legions of Dionia were fully formed and gathered together, the Devers did not think that they would be able to defeat the enemy cavalry at the foot of the mountain. For cavalry to win, they mainly relied on horsemanship, numbers, and training. In terms of training, the Dionia cavalry was naturally better than their opponents. But in the other 2 aspects, Dionia did not have the advantage. When Hanniborus heard this, he suddenly choked. After a moment, he comforted, "It's nothing. Our Dionysian army mainly relies on the infantry legion, and they are much stronger than the Carthage." At this time, Printos, who was also watching the enemy's situation, said in a deep voice, "The Carthage infantry is here too." The Devers did not speak, but stared intently at the battlefield. In the distance, teams of Carthage infantry entered the lowland plains from the west in an endless stream. The originally empty field was being filled by the Carthage army. The Devers put their hands on the cracked battlements and said thoughtfully, "It seems that Brother Mara is really ready to fight us here." When Hanniborus heard this, he blinked and asked curiously, "Here?" "We are on the mountain, and they are at the foot of the mountain? This is not a good choice. Why don't they wait for us to march to the lowland at the foot of the mountain before they fight?" The Devers did not answer, but looked at Printos. Printos understood that this was a test from the king of Devers. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Carthage people let us enter the lowland below, we can send troops to block the coast road to the west, and it will be easy to organize a defense. It will be more troublesome for the Carthage people to attack, and their superior forces will not be able to spread out. Then why don't the Carthage people just occupy Minoa City? In this way, they will have the advantage of defense, and our army will be in trouble." Facing Printos, Hanniborus' question was more direct and bold. Printos' answer was also very quick. "If that is the case, I think your majesty will not march to Minoa at all, but will return to Agrigento or even Gela. In this way, the Carthage people will be anxious. I think the reason why they abandoned these towns on the south coast and retreated to the west is to lure our army to attack the west. This will not only make it convenient for them to fight, but also convenient for their food supply." Hanniborus suddenly realized and said, "The Carthage people chose this place as the battlefield because they think we and they can accept it." The Devers smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Brother Mara is a decisive and determined person, but not meticulous and patient enough. It is rare that he is so thoughtful and considerate of our feelings. Your Majesty, are we going to fight the Carthage here?" Hanniborus immediately became excited. The Devers glanced at the solemn Printos and said softly, "Unfortunately, I am not going to follow the script that Brother Mara has made up." Hanniborus said, "Oh." At this time, Amintes, Matones, Olivers, Trotyras, and several other senior generals rushed to the bottom of the city wall and shouted while panting, "Your Majesty, the First Legion has arrived!" The 2nd Legion has arrived. The Legio 4 has arrived. The Legio 6 has arrived. The Rome Reserve Brigade has arrived. Chapter 966. The Devers looked up at the sky, then looked down at the tired but excited faces under the city. He said calmly, "Everyone, you have worked hard. Please follow the rules of the Dionia military law regarding the construction of camps during wartime. Half of the soldiers from each legion are responsible for the defense on the mountain, and the other half, under the command of engineers, will speed up the construction of the camps. Go and execute it." The order of the Devers was far from their expectations. Amintes, Matones, and the others were slightly disappointed, but they still responded loudly, "Yes." Watching the generals go away, the Devers thought of something again. He looked around and asked, "Where's Tormid?" "Your Majesty, he has rushed to supervise the construction of the camps," Printos replied. "Go and find Tormid immediately. Ask him to inform the commanders of the Legion to allocate some soldiers and an engineering battalion to repair the original port of Minoa as soon as possible so that the Sicilian fleet can be stationed there. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, Your Majesty." Printos accepted the order and left. The Devers turned back and continued to stare down the mountain. At this time, a large number of Carthage infantry were arriving at the west bank of the Platani River. The Carthage cavalry that had gathered on the river bank had retreated to the rear on both sides, giving way to the front. All the soldiers were lined up along the river bank, gradually forming the embryonic form of a military formation. The Devers' eyes finally focused on a group of generals on horseback in front of the Carthage infantry phalanx on the west bank of the Platani River. In the middle, there was a general wearing a golden helmet without a tassel, a golden breastplate, a dark red armor skirt, and a blue cloak. He pointed to the hill and said something. The people around him gathered around to listen. The Devers looked solemn and whispered, "Brother Mara." The person the Devers saw was indeed Brother Mara. At this time he was squinting at the mountain. Dionia soldiers were constantly emerging from the ruins of Minoa, forming a line of defense. "Sir, the people of Dionia don't seem to have any intention of fighting us." One of the generals made a judgment. "If it were me, I wouldn't have ordered the soldiers to fight right after marching," another general reminded him. Brother Mara raised his eyebrows and said nothing. It was only when he saw that the Dionia soldiers not only had no intention of descending the mountain, but had even begun to set up a redoubt in front of their defensive formation that he had no choice but to issue an order. "Leave the cavalry to continue to monitor the enemy's movements, and be careful of any sudden attacks. Lead the soldiers to build the camp." While the Devers led the army westward along the south coast, the Dionysian army, with Legio 3 as the main force, did not rest for long after entering Aegilion. On the 2nd day, the newly formed Sicir army took the lead and continued westward. Strangely, they didn't see any Sicyr tribes along the way, nor were they attacked. 2 days later, the army successfully arrived at the central city of Sicily, Enna. It was another empty city. Lazaru and Epictetus, who had been through many battles for a long time, did not feel happy. Instead, they became more cautious and sent more scouts and Sicyr warriors to investigate the enemy's movements. A day later, Lazaru received news that a large number of Carthage soldiers and some Sicyr warriors had gathered near the city of Kephalloician. The preliminary estimate was that the number of soldiers was more than 30,000. Lazaru might seem rough, but he was actually meticulous. Whether it was leading Legio 3 alone to defeat the Catini in Campania, or attacking Rome from the bridge to the city of Rome while splitting up his troops to defeat the reinforcements from the north, these battles undoubtedly reflected this characteristic of his. This was the first time he had served as the temporary commander of several legions. After entering this unfamiliar mountainous area, he became quite cautious. After receiving this news, he immediately discussed with Epictetus and Creru, and finally decided that the army would continue to stay in Enna until the detailed deployment of the enemy forces in the west was clear, and this news would be reported to His Majesty the Devers in the south coast. Although it was already the beginning of November, the sun was still scorching at noon by the Minoa Sea. The Devers and a few high-ranking generals of the army stood by the temporarily repaired port, enduring the scorching sun, patiently waiting for a large fleet to enter the port. As the passenger ships docked one by one, countless soldiers boarded the pier. The deserted harbor suddenly became lively. "Your Majesty, they're here," Henoboris reminded softly. "Let's go and welcome the hero who conquered the Samani." The Devers smiled and walked forward with large strides. The others followed closely behind. "Your Majesty." Alexis also walked in front of the Devers and solemnly saluted. "You've worked hard." The Devers looked at him with unusual emotion. After returning the military salute, they even took the initiative to give this general, who had made many contributions, a strong hug. "Alexis, you're a little slow. We're only missing you." Aminta's mood was a little complicated, but this did not affect the friendship between him and his old comrade. He also gave her a warm hug. Then Matones, Olivers, Trotyres, and the other generals greeted him one by one. "Your Majesty, Commander Melisande of the 10th Legion, reporting for duty." Melisande nimbly saluted, his voice unusually loud. The smile on the Devers' face became even brighter. "Oh, Melisande, you've performed very well in the previous battle. I believe your parents will be very proud of you after seeing the battle report. Have you returned home after the battle with the Samani?" "Not yet." "Then win more contributions in the upcoming battle with Carthage and return home full of glory." The Devers patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, your Majesty." Then Melisande braced himself to greet the other generals. Most of the generals present were his stepfather Felicius's comrades. When they spoke to him with the tone of an elder, he always felt a little awkward. Another person walked up and bowed to the Devers in a special manner. "Greetings, your Majesty, your Majesty. Great leader Borit, I didn't expect you to personally lead the troops here. Thank you so much." The Devers hurriedly helped him up and said with joy and gratitude, "For more than 10 years, Boeotia has always been under the protection of Dionia. With your Majesty's generous assistance, the tribes of Potentia have survived many difficult times. We have always regretted not having the chance to repay this great kindness. Now that we have this opportunity, of course, we must do our best." Borit's words were spoken with sincerity. The Devers listened and nodded, but then smiled and corrected him. "Dionia and Potentia have long been a family. Let's not talk about kindness and gratitude like outsiders. Let us continue to fight side by side like brothers." "Yes, yes." Borit nodded repeatedly in response. The Devers turned his gaze to another person next to him. "You are Leader Tedoni of the Abenelum? You still remember me?" Tedoni was a little surprised. "For the past few years, you have led the Abenelum team to participate in the Hades celebration in Turiae. How could I not remember?" The Devers smiled and said seriously, "This time it was thanks to the great help of the Abenelum that we, Dionia, finally won the Samanese War." "You don't have to be so polite. We are already a family, aren't we?" Tedoni replied straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yes, you are very right. It was a slip of the tongue. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment at the banquet later." Then the Devers met with the leaders of the reinforcements of Caudini, Pentni, and Caracini. Then the Devers made an exception and held a simple banquet in the main tent of the camp to welcome the reinforcements of Potentia and Samanese. The whole atmosphere was quite warm. When the banquet was over, the guards removed the leftovers, then placed the map of Sicily in the center of the main tent, and began the military meeting. Tormid, the staff officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs, stood in front of the map with a wooden stick in his hand. He first bowed slightly to the Devers, and the Devers nodded to him. He turned to face the crowd and said, "Everyone, His Majesty asked me to first tell you about the current situation between us and the enemy in Sicily. In Minoa, where we are, we have gathered the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, Legio VI, the Rome Reserve Brigade, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry Legions of nearly 50,000 people. Now we have the 10th Legion, the reinforcements of Potentia, and the reinforcements of Samnites, a total of 16,000 people, for a total of 66,000 people. In the lowlands west of Minoa City, the army led by Carthage's military commander, Margo, has built a camp there. According to the information detected by the scouts and sentries in the past 2 days, there are about 60,000 infantrymen and more than 7,000 cavalrymen there. More than 7,000 cavalrymen? Melisande exclaimed. He immediately realized his impoliteness and cast an apologetic look at Tormid. Talmud took over the conversation and said, "Yes, the Carthaginians have a lot of cavalry and they are very strong. This is why the Carthaginians have been setting up a battle formation at the foot of the mountain, wanting to fight with us. However, His Majesty has always avoided fighting them at this time." As he spoke, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at a town icon not far north of Minoa City on the map. This is the town of Saikir, Caphaloitian. According to the information reported by the scouts in the mountains, there are more than 30,000 Carthage, Saikir allied troops stationed there. Our Legio III, the Lucaria Reserve Brigade, and the Saikir warriors, a total of 20,000 people, have occupied Enna and are confronting them. Chapter 9, 67. Here, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at the icon of a town to the west of Minoa City, is Serina City, which has been occupied by us. Currently, 4,000 reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory are stationed there, and more than 10,000 sailors are assisting in defending the city. The Sicilian fleet is preparing to withdraw all sailors from Serina City to the Catanai naval base. Sicurian interrupted him and said seriously, "I have received orders from the Ministry of Military Affairs to send the sailors who have lost their warships to Castellan or Tarentum naval base, and prepare to receive the newly built warships." Seeing Tormid's stunned expression, Sicurian emphasized, "This morning, I reported this matter to His Majesty." Devers nodded and explained, "Sicurian did tell me, but because I was busy welcoming Alexis at the port, I didn't have the time to tell you. I agreed to Sicurian's request to withdraw the sailors. Paragonia is a small city with only 3,000 soldiers, but Carthage's army had to besiege it for more than 20 days, suffering many casualties before they could take it down. Serina City has 4,000 soldiers stationed there, and they can receive reinforcements at any time by sea. Now that Carthage's main army is in a standoff with us, it is impossible for them to gather another army to attack Serinus. Even without the help of the sailors, Serina City should be safe under such circumstances." "Understood, Your Majesty." Tormid glanced at Sicurian and continued, "According to the report from the Clippers, Carthage has built a camp outside Serina City and is besieging it. There are about 10,000 Carthage and Phoenician soldiers stationed there. Let's look at the east of Sicily. Carthage's new ally, Syracuse, has previously sent 15,000 soldiers to attack Tanis, but according to our deduction, Syracuse can form an army of more than 20,000 soldiers to fight. Therefore, His Majesty has arranged for Commander Persosus to lead the 7th and 8th Legions, as well as the Sicilian Alliance's army, to directly attack Syracuse City. Your Majesty." Alexis interrupted. "The fleet that transported us stopped at the port of Catanai for a short while. I met with Governor Cypros and Commander Persosus. From them, I learned that the reserve soldiers from the Locri region have already replenished the 7th Legion. At the same time, the troops from the alliance of Leontini and Tanis, as well as the citizens of Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa, have also made preparations. According to their estimates, they can gather about 25,000 soldiers to attack Syracuse. I believe that by the time we arrived, Commander Persosus had already led his army toward Syracuse." "I didn't expect you to be a messenger for free, Alexis," Devers joked. Everyone roared with laughter. "I just introduced the situation of our army and Carthage's army. As for the navy..." As soon as Tormid started, Syracuse stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, let me explain the situation of the navy." Devers looked at him, then nodded at Tormid. Tormid then passed the wooden stick to Syracuse. Syracuse didn't take it. He pointed at the map and said, "I can't use this thing because there's only an island drawn on it. There's no ocean, so it's impossible for our warships to stop on land." There was another burst of laughter in the tent. Syracuse straightened his chest, looked around at everyone, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone has heard Tormid's explanation. In terms of land, we don't have the advantage in terms of military strength in several directions. Perhaps it's slightly better in the east. But if Persosus wants to lead his army to attack the sturdy city of Syracuse, it will only be more difficult. However, in terms of the navy, ever since the storm at sea a few months ago, almost all of Carthage's warships were destroyed. After that, they even secretly invited naval reinforcements from their motherland, Tyre, but they were also defeated by the Sicilian fleet. The few remaining Phoenician warships no longer appeared in the waters around Sicily. They've probably been scared out of their wits. Not long ago, Carthage used about 190 newly built warships to form a fleet to guard Sardinia's sea route. His Majesty has already sent the third fleet to deal with it. Even if this new Carthage fleet has dozens more warships than the third fleet, I firmly believe that the third fleet will be able to defeat it in the end and obtain victory. In Sicily's waters, other than the 70 warships of our Sicilian fleet, there are also 50 warships of Syracuse. However, they're basically holed up in the port and don't dare to fight us. Now that Persosus is leading his army to attack Syracuse, I believe that Syracuse's warships will soon have no place to stand. There's no need to think about them anymore. Our Sicilian fleet has always had the absolute advantage in this area of the sea. That's why we can boldly send ships to transport soldiers and supplies, use warships to attack Carthage's sea route, and transport soldiers to attack the rear of Carthage's army. This is also one of the reasons why Carthage's army retreated from the east. Even though Carthage's newly built warships have been put into service, our warships are also about to enter the battle. Not only will the newly formed Sicilian fleet be able to control Sicily's waters, but it will also increase the pressure on Carthage's navy to achieve His Majesty's goal of threatening Carthage's territorial waters. No one raised any objections after Sequirian finished speaking. After all, no one in the tent was more authoritative than Sequirian in terms of the navy. Now, everyone has some understanding of the current situation, right? Devers looked around and said slowly, "Do you have any suggestions on how to fight against Carthage's army?" As soon as Devers said this, the tent temporarily regained its silence. Many people fell into deep thought. The leaders of the Samni army were still in shock. Previously, the 4 major tribes of Samni united to declare war on Dionia. The 40,000 soldiers that they had painstakingly put together gave the leaders courage. But now, the kingdom of Dionia had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers to fight against Carthage. This did not include the number of people in the navy. Moreover, it seemed that they still had strength to spare. The strength of Dionia was evident. At this time, they deeply realized that the Samni people's extravagant hope was a mistake from the beginning. It was completely caused by their shallow understanding of the kingdom of Dionia. Alexis understood that the reason why Tormid was asked to explain the situation of both sides in detail before the start of the military conference was mainly for those who had just arrived in Sicily and were unfamiliar with the situation. So he coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty, with the addition of the 10th Legion, Potentia, and Samni reinforcements in Minoa, our military strength and that of Carthage's is already equal. Can we," he pointed to the lowlands west of Minoa city with his hand and said, "can we fight against the Carthage army and defeat their main force first?" Devers didn't even think about it and shook his head lightly. "Your Majesty, is it because the Carthage army of Caphiloetian north of Minoa will return?" Melisande asked anxiously. Melisand's question was exactly what Amyntas and Metones wanted to know. Devers saw their expressions and said in a deep voice, "It's because of the cavalry." In terms of heavy infantry, I think our legion is better than the Carthage army. But in terms of cavalry, not only do they surpass us in number, but they also slightly surpass us in terms of the combat power of the cavalry. You should know that if we fight against the Carthage army on flat ground, such a large number of Carthage cavalry will inevitably become a decisive force that can determine the outcome of the battle. So, we can't take such a huge risk and fight against the Carthage army. While Devers was explaining, his mind was thinking about the glorious victories created by Alexander and Hannibal in the history of his previous life. Basically, the final victory or defeat was decided by the cavalry. Everyone fell into deep thought. Some even looked at the cavalry commander Leds and Cusius. They all remained silent and didn't refute. Alexis leaned over and looked at the map. When his line of sight moved from Minoa to Cephalotion, north of Minoa, he suddenly had an idea. He thought carefully and said, "Your Majesty, since we are at a disadvantage in terms of cavalry, can we start a battle with the Carthage army near Cephalotion? This way, they won't be able to use the advantage of cavalry. We have the Lucanians and Samni, who are good at fighting in the mountains. The other legions are not trained for fighting in the mountains. In this aspect, we should have the advantage." Alexis's words made everyone's eyes light up. Amyntas looked at Alexis and was a little annoyed. "Why didn't I think of this? Is it because I'm not as good as Alexis?" In fact, it was against common sense to let heavy infantry fight in the mountains. Most people wouldn't dare to try it. Alexis only dared to propose this idea because he had conquered the Samni Mountains and had experience in this aspect. However, Devers said, "Last night, Printos made a similar suggestion to you." Alexis subconsciously turned to look at Printos, who was sitting in the back. More than 10 years ago, he had a good cooperation with Printos. With the help of Printos, he led the army to conquer Copsa and Annona, and finally forced the Samni to sign an agreement. Alexis admired Printos very much. She thought that he was quick-witted and often had amazing and bold ideas. She valued him very much. When the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs was established, he even took the initiative to recommend him to King Devers. But he didn't expect that since the outbreak of the war last year, Printos's name would light up the military headquarters of Dionia. Every time Alexis read about his deeds in the military newspaper, she felt happy for him. Chapter 968. Printos nodded at him with a smile. Alexis also smiled back. At this time she heard Devers say, "I was a little tempted by this proposal at first, but I gave it up in the end." Why? Because according to the intelligence, the western mountains of Sicily with Cephalotion as the center are higher and more complex than the eastern mountains. For our Dionia's heavy infantry as the main force, it will be more difficult to fight and march, and because of the distance from Cadani, the transportation of supplies is a big problem. In addition, you should know that there are more than 40,000 Iberian troops in the Carthage army. These soldiers are either from the mountain races of Iberia, or they have followed Carthage's generals for many years in Iberia, so they have very strong fighting strength in the mountains. More importantly, the current Carthage military commander Margo became the governor of Iberia 10 years ago and fought in the wild mountains for 10 years, so he has more experience in mountain warfare. If we were to engage in a battle with the Carthaginians in the mountains, although we would be able to avoid the Carthaginian cavalry, the outcome would still be unpredictable. Since we already have the absolute advantage in terms of strategy, there is no need to take the risk of engaging in a large-scale battle in the mountains. You must know that it is very likely to decide the fate of the kingdom. Devers's cautious words made Alexis, Olivers, and the others fall into deep thought, and also made Amyntas, Matones, and the others feel puzzled. What absolute advantage do we have? Of course it's the navy. Our fleet has an absolute advantage. Sicerian said loudly and confidently. Sicerian is right. Our advantage is in the navy. Devers said firmly, and then took out a papyrus scroll. At the beginning of the banquet, I received a battle report from the Third Fleet. They defeated the new Carthage fleet in Sardinia 2 days ago. Hearing this news, everyone felt happy. Sicurian rushed forward and took the battle report. After quickly reading it, he couldn't help but praise good middle aids. In the crisis of being attacked by the enemy's superior warships, the Carthage suffered a crushing defeat. As the generals looked at each other, Devers said in a low voice, "The Carthage army has more than 100,000 people gathered on Sicily, and the military food consumption is very large every day. Their colonial cities and Phoenician allies on Sicily can't meet their military food supply. Moreover, Persosus destroyed the city's farmland and cut their wheat. They even have difficulties in survival, so Carthage can only collect food from the Africa continent and meet the daily needs of this huge army by sea." "Your Majesty is right. As long as the Sicilian fleet completely cuts off the sea transportation between Carthage and Sicily, we don't even need to fight them head-on. No matter how many Carthage soldiers there are, they can only starve to death on this island." Sicurian interrupted loudly. Devers didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said to him with a serious expression, "So next, after the Sicilian fleet receives the replenishment of the newly built warships, I request the Sicilian fleet to strengthen the blockade on the west of Sicily and intercept all the ships coming and going. This task isn't easy to accomplish. Although our navy has the advantage, for the sake of victory in this war and the lives of more than 100,000 Carthage soldiers, Carthage will definitely do everything possible to open up the sea route. The Sicilian fleet will definitely be attacked by Carthage from the sea. Sicurian, can you complete this task?" "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will make sure that Carthage's fleet doesn't return," Sicurian replied confidently. "I believe you can do it." Devers encouraged him, then reminded him softly, "But I hope you can be more cautious. Don't let the fleet be destroyed by the storm again." "Yes," Sicurian replied with his head lowered. "Your Majesty," Amyntas asked anxiously, "according to your plan, does it mean that we don't need to take the initiative to attack?" "Yes." Devers's resolute answer made Amyntas, Matones, Olivers, and the other high-ranking generals show more or less disappointment on their faces. Devers took in their expressions, then looked at the silent Alexis and asked, "Alexis, what do you think?" Alexis looked around and said in a heavy voice, "Your Majesty, this war has been going on for more than a year. The soldiers first fought hard in the north, and now they have come to the south. They haven't been able to rest and reorganize, and they have paid a considerable amount of casualties. As far as I know, almost all the people in the tourist region wear the black veil. Now we are going to fight against the stronger Carthage. I originally thought that the casualties would be higher than before, but your Majesty's strategy can not only reduce the casualties of our soldiers, but also allow us to obtain the final victory. This is where your Majesty's military strength is far superior to ours." Alexis praised sincerely. Devers heard this and felt a little ashamed. In fact, before the banquet he more or less had the idea of waiting for all the troops to gather and find an opportunity to fight against the Carthage army. This might be the ambition of every commander with a large number of troops. But the victory report of the Third Fleet made him happy, and he also realized the absolute advantage that the Navy had, so he was determined to carry out the other plan in his heart to the end. At this moment he coughed lightly and said, "Alexis said very well. The purpose of war is to protect the interests of the kingdom, not to pursue the pleasure of killing. We must do our best to ensure that the soldiers who trust us wholeheartedly and fight for the kingdom can return home safely." Devers' eyes swept across the faces of Amyntas, Matones, and the others and continued, "Our army won't take the initiative to attack, but doesn't mean that we can relax our vigilance. In order to survive, the Carthage army will very likely take the initiative to attack us. For this reason, we must speed up the construction of the camp, build more defense facilities, and give our soldiers an absolute advantage in defense. In addition, even if the Carthage army on Sicily is defeated, I'm afraid this war will not end immediately. You must prepare to march to Africa, to the south of Iberia, so during this period you must do your best to maintain the morale of the soldiers. You must not let them slack off, and you must strengthen the training of the Rome soldiers, Samni soldiers, and Potentia soldiers so that they are familiar with our flag, orders, and tactics as soon as possible, which will be beneficial for future battles." The Devers' words lifted the spirits of the generals, so when Devers asked again, "Do you have any other opinions?" everyone agreed to carry out the plan drawn up by Devers. Seeing that everyone had a unified understanding, Devers smiled and said, "There is another advantage for us in carrying out this plan. We can use fewer troops to defend against the attack of Carthage's larger forces, and depending on the development of the battle, we can divide some soldiers to support Serenus, Enna, or Persosus, or even attack the empty rear of the Carthage army. Everyone, because of the advantage of the sea route, we seem to be in a passive defense, but in fact we have the initiative. The Carthage army will be defeated by us." On the west bank of the Platani River, in the camp built by the Carthage army, Margot's angry roar came from the central tent. "Damn you, Anrobas, you idiot!" Pamilka, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked into the tent and saw Margot draw his sword and slash at the table. "What happened?" Pamilka asked softly. "Look, this is the naval general you all trust, the one who claims to be the most capable in Carthage." Margot angrily threw a papyrus scroll on the table at him. Pamilka picked it up, and after reading it, his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, "Is this true?" This was written by a member of the Magonid family, who was the captain of the newly formed fleet. "Of course it's true." Margot held his shining sword and sat back on the wooden chair, staring at Pamilka angrily. Anrobas was incompetent and misplaced the fleet, causing the fleet to suffer a crushing defeat and causing Ademika's whereabouts to be unknown. According to this member of my family, after they escaped back to the port of Saros, Anrobas even reprimanded them, threatening them not to reveal the whole process of the naval battle. Obviously, he wanted to escape punishment. He's delusional. I'm going to write a letter to the Senate explaining the truth of the naval battle and request that he be escorted back to Carthage for trial and punishment. You and I will sign together. This, Pamilka showed a look of hesitation, but Margot snorted heavily. You're not willing. The new fleet suffered a defeat when it had the upper hand, and Robas should have been interrogated by the Senate. I'm willing to sign with you, Pamilka said with a worried expression, but now is the time of war. If the commander of the Navy is suddenly replaced, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the entire fleet, Margot sneered. In my opinion, replacing him will be of great help to the Navy. Let me ask you, since he became the commander of the Navy, has our fleet, which dominated the Western Mediterranean, ever won a victory? Pamilka was speechless because that was the truth. Since the start of the war, the Carthage fleet had been defeated in every battle. Now they could only hide in the port, not daring to compete with the Dionysian fleet. After the fleet was destroyed by the storm, Anrobas shouldn't have continued to be the commander of the Navy, and the new fleet that was built with great difficulty shouldn't have been sent to Sardinia. It's all because of Hanno's selfishness that Carthage has paid such a high price. This can't go on anymore. This can't go on anymore. Otherwise, once the entire sea is controlled by the Dionysian fleet, our army will be finished. Margot pounded the table. Chapter 9:69. Although Margot's words were too extreme, because it was not only the Hanoverians who made Anrobas the commander of the Navy and sent the fleet to guard Sardinia, he was right about one thing. The connection between Sicily and Carthage could not be cut off. Otherwise, the more than 100,000 soldiers would have no food supply, and that would be the end of it. Pamilka was in the army and was mainly responsible for logistics. He was well aware of the huge consumption of food in the army. The most important reason for the withdrawal of the army from the east was food supply. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He immediately said, Lord Margot, I will write a letter with you to urge the Senate to immediately reorganize our fleet and fully protect the sea route between Sicily and Carthage. Margot's expression was a little better. He said with hatred, Even if the Senate listens to our suggestion, whether our fleet can do it is another matter. Our current food supply can only last for about 10 days. After 10 days, all of our lives will be in the hands of the Navy. This is really unbearable. Pamilka listened and felt bitter in his heart. He reminded loudly, Lord Margot, the best way for us to turn the situation around is to defeat the main force of the Dionysian army and win the leadership of the war in Sicily. It's easy to say, but as you can see, I have been setting up a battle outside the camp for the past 3 days. But the people of Dionia on the opposite side have no intention of going down the mountain to fight with us. Margot was both helpless and puzzled. I have studied in detail the battles that the king of Dionia has participated in the past. He is a decisive, bold, adventurous, and very confident man. When he was still a mercenary leader, he dared to lead a far smaller number of mercenaries to attack the Lacanian army. When Dionysius invaded Greece, Dionysius clearly had the advantage, especially in terms of cavalry, but he still dared to fight with the people of Syracuse. Not long ago, a war broke out between Dionia and Rome. Rome is so far away from Dioia, but he actually led the army to attack. Why does such a man who loves to attack dare not accept our challenge this time? Could it be that the Dionysian army isn't ready yet? Pamilka thought about it and said, or perhaps it's because Capheloiton's army is too close, that the king of Dionia is worried. Margot's heart skipped a beat. He put down his sword and muttered, perhaps we should have Hasdrubal withdraw his army to the Cicons' territory and lure the Dionysian army from the east to the west to occupy Cephalosian. This way, the king of Dionia will feel that the north is safe, and perhaps he will be at ease to fight with us? What if Dionia refuses to come out? Pamilka asked worriedly. Margot thought for a moment and said decisively, then we will surround the Dionysian army of Cephalosian and force them to fight us in the mountains. This is a good idea. Pamilka's eyes lit up, but he warned, I'm afraid our conies won't be willing to retreat from Cephalosian, that cycle leader who voluntarily surrendered to us. Margot picked up his sword from the table and slammed it heavily on the table. It's not up to him. He has to retreat, even if he doesn't want to. After receiving Margot's order, Hasdrubal ignored Arcone's pleas and ordered all soldiers and cycles to retreat to the west. Some cycles did not surrender even though their families were in the hands of Carthage's men. They refused to enter the territory of their former enemy, the Cicons. Hasdrubal suppressed them mercilessly, forcing most of the Sycophar people to obey him. While retreating, Carthage's men completely destroyed Cephalosian. However, Lazaro, who received the Dever's order, did not take the opportunity to lead his army west. Instead, he kept his army in Enna and strengthened the city's defenses. The main force of Dionia stationed in Minoa City ignored Carthage's men who lined up at the foot of the mountain every day and built up their camp. After listening to the Dever's instructions, the engineers designed the camp as follows. The entire Dionia camp would start from Minoa City by the sea and extend northward along the entire mountain range until it reached the narrow lowland in the north, where Leotychides had lured Carthage's sacred army to the north and defeated them. The camp would then turn northeast and continue along the mountain range until it reached the upper reaches of the Platani River, forming a semi-arc-shaped line of defense. The simple port in the east was within its embrace, with sufficient supplies transported by Catanai's fleet and sufficient water provided by Lake Gergo. The Dionysian army was prepared for a long-term defense. Unlike the situation in the west, in the east of Sicily, Leotychides had already led his army to Syracuse. After arriving at Leontini and meeting up with the allied army, the entire army was divided into two. The main force consisted of the 7th and 8th legions, personally led by Leotychides. They continued south, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the big port on the west side of Syracuse. The other 8,000 soldiers, consisting of the allied army and allied city-states, were led by Xanthoparis. They followed the coast south, passed through Tanis, and arrived at the east side of Syracuse. The people of Syracuse had been paying close attention to the movements of Dionia in the north. When they learned that the Dionysian army had left Cadanae and arrived at Leotini, they were alerted to the possibility that they were coming for Syracuse. When the news spread, the people of Syracuse were in a panic. When the news was confirmed, the Council of Syracuse realized that they had been tricked. These days, the Democrats and the neutrals were arguing over who was responsible for provoking Dionia. They wasted a lot of time and did not prepare for defense. In the face of life and death, Tiagenes, Phalcus, and the others had to put aside their differences and focus on dealing with the upcoming attack of the cunning Dionia. They carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the city. At the same time, they sent out cavalry to quickly notify the villages outside the city, asking the people to bring their belongings and rush into the city to take refuge. A day later, the sentries on the east wall first saw the enemies coming along the coastline. The news of the defeat of the new fleet reached Carthage. The elders were shocked. In this report, Anubis put the blame on Audiobook. He said that it was because of Audiobook's slow action that the plan to attack from two sides could not be carried out. Instead, the Dionysian fleet defeated them one by one. Then the elders received a joint complaint from Margo and Pamilca. Was it Anubis's command error, or was it Audiobook's poor execution? The elders had a debate. Although Hanno defended him, as the commander of the navy, Anubis could not escape the blame for his consecutive defeats. So the debate did not last long. The Senate passed a resolution to remove Anubis from the position of commander of the navy and send him back to the city for trial. Carthage was born from the sea and thrived by the sea. Although they had begun to develop inland, the sea was still their foundation. Now, the repeated failures of the Carthage navy showed that the victory of the Dionysian fleet was not accidental. It was a fact that the strength of the Carthage navy was at a disadvantage. This not only put the 100,000 troops on Sicily in danger, but also began to threaten the survival of Carthage itself. For the first time, all the elders actively and seriously discussed a solution to Carthage's predicament at sea without any selfish motives. The first thing was to determine a new commander of the navy as soon as possible. Although Anubis was impeached, it was undeniable that he was indeed an excellent admiral. So the candidates proposed by the elders were all eliminated because they were not as talented as him. In the end, it was a name mentioned by Aesiruba that made everyone not question his ability but worry about his health. Morbar, a noble of Carthage and a former Senate elder, had participated in the naval battles of Carthage against the Greek city-states on the north coast of Italy when he was young. Later, he served as the commander of the navy several times, leading the battles against the Greek allied navy in Sicily led by Syracuse. He won more than he lost. He also bravely led a fleet along the route opened by the predecessors, crossing the Pillars of Hercules to the west and heading south along the coast to the middle of the African coast. He brought back some rare beasts and races with strange clothes and shiny black skin. Because of this, he became a hero of Carthage. But later, he got tired of Carthage's politics. Coupled with his old age, he voluntarily withdrew from the Senate and lived in seclusion in Utica. After several elders who knew him confirmed that he was in good health, the elders unanimously agreed to send a messenger to Utica to consult the wishes of this old man who did not belong to any faction. They wanted to see if he was willing to serve as the commander of the Carthage navy. Secondly, the Senate discussed the matter of whether to transfer back the new fleet defending the waters of Sardinia. After all, this new fleet was originally meant to protect the sea route of Sardinia. Now that it was crippled and did not play any role, there was not much point in continuing to stay in Sardinia. Instead, there was the danger of the entire fleet being wiped out. Now that the army of Dionia had also landed on Sicily, the pressure on the army of Carthage had increased, and the problem of logistics and supplies became even more prominent. It was necessary to ensure that the sea route between Sicily and Carthage was smooth in order to ensure that the 100,000 troops on the island could fight with all their might without any worries. This became the consensus of the elders of Carthage. For this reason, not only did they decide to transfer back the remaining new fleet and place it in the direction of Sicily, but they also had to incorporate the newly launched warships into it. At the same time, they urged the shipyards to speed up the construction of new warships. Chapter 970. Of course, it was not that there was no noise in the meeting hall. The Hanoverian senators repeatedly mentioned that Margot, the military commander, was afraid of the enemy and avoided war. Before the main force of Dionia had landed, he led the army to retreat in a panic, handing over all the previous gains to the enemy. He deserved to be severely reprimanded. In addition, there was a senator who cautiously suggested, from the current signs, Dionia may have pacified Rome and Samni in the north, and is concentrating on dealing with us, Carthage. The scale of the war will continue to expand, and the consumption of national power will also increase. If this continues, Carthage will not be able to support it. It is better to negotiate peace with Dionia. This kind of proposal did not cause too much of a stir in the meeting hall, because the knowledgeable people in the Senate realized that Carthage had reached the most critical moment. Just as Isiarobah said, this war with Dionia is related to the future fate of Carthage. We must do our best to win this war. Even if we want to negotiate peace, we must use war to force the other party to take the initiative to negotiate. Only in this way, Carthage will not lose his own interests. The next day, Isiarobah personally rushed to Utica and met with Morbar. He told him about the predicament that Carthage was currently facing, as well as the eagerness of the elders and the people for him to return and lead the navy out of its predicament to save Carthage. Out of his love for Carthage and a strong sense of responsibility, the 70-year-old old man agreed to be the commander of the navy. Margot's baiting plan did not succeed. The main force of Dionia was entrenched in Minoa and the surrounding hills, while Azur's troops were still entrenched in Enna. Due to the previous bloody lesson in the small city of Paragonia, Margot did not take the initiative to launch an attack on the Dionia camp on the mountain. At the same time, considering the difficulty of supplying military food, he did not let Hasdrubal lead the army back to Caphiloetian. Therefore, although the army gathered in the western part of Sicily, it remained calm. In the east, the battle was also calm, but the people in Syracuse were nervous. Although the two Dionia troops were busy building camps and building siege equipment, and did not launch an attack, the people in Syracuse knew that once the attack began, it would be very fierce. On the navy's side, Carthage's new fleet in Sardinia received the Senate's order. Onoba did not dare to disobey. While the Dionysian fleet had not started cruising in the early hours of the morning, he led the fleet back to the south. A day later, Middleades noticed this sign and immediately sent a clipper to inform Sicily of his speculation that the Carthage fleet had given up defending the waters of Sardinia. The Devers who received the news did not immediately let the third fleet give up on attacking Sardinia and go south to Sicily to strengthen the navy's strength. These days, new warships from Greece were constantly added to the Sicilian fleet, causing the number of warships in this fleet to soar to 300, and it was still increasing. It was fully capable of dealing with the challenge of the Carthage navy alone. Sicerian led the strengthened main force of the Sicilian fleet to restation at the port of Serenus and began a full blockade of the western part of Sicily. In Carthage, Anoba's mansion welcomed a guest. Onoba, who had already closed the door to welcome guests, heard the name of the guest from the servant, but he immediately went out to welcome him respectfully. After entering the living room, Morbar put his wooden staff aside and sat down on the main seat without any trace of politeness. He asked, "I heard that you will be questioned by the Senate tomorrow." "Yes, teacher." Onoba was overjoyed and replied respectfully, "I've said before, don't call me teacher. Although I taught you how to command battles when you were the captain of the flagship, that is the inheritance that the Carthage navy should have. I do the same for every flagship captain," Morbar said without any trace of politeness. "I won't go to the Senate to plead for you, and I don't have that much time. I'm here to ask you, what are the combat characteristics of the Dionysian fleet?" After all, you have fought with them a few times, so you should have a deeper understanding of them. Although Onoba was a little disappointed, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he recounted the 2 naval battles that he personally commanded, of course, regarding the naval battle in Sardinia. In order to match the content of the battle report, he distorted the facts. In addition, he also talked about the naval battle of Thyedium and the ambush by the East Phoenician fleet. These were 2 naval battles that he did not participate in, but he had some understanding of. Morbar listened very seriously and did not interrupt Anobaz's narration from the beginning to the end. However, the wrinkles on his face became more and more obvious. In the end, his 2 sparse white eyebrows were almost knitted together. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself for a long time before saying, "From what you've said, the Dionia have adopted a brand new tactic." "Yes, in my opinion, the Dionysian fleet likes to use gang-jumping tactics as the main tactic, supplemented by collisions. The other city-states in the Mediterranean Sea, including our Carthage navy, use collisions as the main tactic, supplemented by gang-jumping tactics. They are the complete opposite of us. However, unlike ordinary gang-jumping tactics, the so-called Raven battleship of the Dionian Navy uses a kind of strange wooden bridge that can be used flexibly and steadily to connect with the battleships that approach it from all directions, thus maximizing the use of gang-jumping tactics." Hearing this, Morbar immediately pointed out, since the Dionian Navy has installed a wooden bridge on their battleships, it will inevitably increase the weight of the battleships and destroy their balance. The speed and agility of their battleships will also be reduced. Have you ever formulated an effective tactic to target these 2 points? Onoba was speechless for a moment. Then he explained, "Although I have only personally fought with the Dionian Navy twice, they were both tactics that targeted the flaws of the Dionia battleships. Unfortunately, the first time I wanted to make use of the wind and waves on the sea to aid our navy, but I didn't expect to cause a storm. The second time I wanted to lead the Dionysian fleet far out to sea and defeat them through a pincer attack and the better control of our battleships. But in the end, I was seen through by the enemy." Morbar did not say anything. Onoba calmed down and continued, "The Dionian Navy may have also realized the flaws of their fleet, so they have another type of battleship. It is narrower than the usual 3-oared battleship, but faster and more agile. It can assist the Raven battleship in battle and make up for its clumsiness. These are the tactical characteristics of the Dionian Navy. But what we should pay more attention to is that although some people in the Senate think that the Dionian Navy has only been established for more than 10 years and is far from being comparable to our long tradition, I think that their fleet is well-trained and their ship operating skills are no weaker than ours. The cooperation between the battleships is also quite good. They usually use a seemingly messy offensive formation, which can cause chaos in the opponent's formation after battle, but they can cooperate and protect each other in a chaotic battle. This is something that cannot be achieved without a long period of training. Also, I think that the Dionian Navy should have a complete set of communication signals when sailing on the sea, just like us, so they can quickly make adjustments when they are ambushed and unexpected. In addition, what we should pay attention to is that the morale of the Dionysian fleet is very high. In the ambush of the Phoenician fleet and the naval battle with Sardinia, the Dionian Navy was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but they were able to turn defeat into victory in the end. This also has a lot to do with this." Onoba talked nonstop. He tried his best to describe all the powerful aspects of the Dionian Navy that he knew. Of course, he was also subtly explaining to Morbar that the reason he had not won during his tenure as the Navy commander was not only because he was not lucky enough, but also because his opponents were too strong. He still hoped that the highly respected Morbar could speak up for him in the Senate. Morbar listened to Anobaz's narration with a solemn expression. He still did not speak. He picked up his wooden staff, got up, and walked out. After all, Onoba had been by Morbar's side for a few years and knew his character. He did not try to persuade him to stay, but respectfully sent him out. Morbar walked out of the door and stopped in his tracks. He said to Onoba seriously, "In Sardinia, it was a serious mistake for you to set up a circular formation to face the enemy. And it was even more wrong to lie about military intelligence. Onoba was greatly shocked. His hands and feet instantly turned cold. So this old guy had already found someone else to understand the details beforehand. But he still came here to talk about me. But if I were you, I might have also set up a circular formation at that time. Other than this, the tactics and strategies you implemented during your tenure as the Navy commander are not too wrong. Morber's next words sounded in Anobaz's ears like celestial music. Morbar raised his wooden staff and knocked Anobaz's shoulder hard. He warned him, "When you are questioned by the Senate tomorrow, tell everything honestly. I will also express my opinion. I believe that anyone with a bit of brains will be able to judge whether it is right or wrong rationally." Onoba was overjoyed. He did not hesitate and immediately said, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely tell you the details of all the battles truthfully." In reality, Morbar did not appear in the Senate the next day. However, he wrote a letter and sent it to the meeting place. In the letter, he defended Anobaz's failure from a military point of view. At the same time, he hoped that this defeated general could become his assistant and help him fight against the increasingly powerful Dionian navy. Morber's prestige and Hanno's protection allowed Onoba to escape punishment from the Senate in the end. Morbar, who did not show up at the meeting place, was dragging his aged body and leading his subordinates to travel between Carthage and the ports of the neighboring city-states. He was learning about the progress of the new warships and recruiting experienced sailors. Chapter 971. In Minoa, after reading a battle report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, Divers was in a good mood. He said to his clerk, Tegtinus led the 9th Legion and the 3rd Cavalry Legion to completely defeat the enemies who invaded Apulia. He also captured the former Prince Vardelka, Prince Pachetti. So, the war in Apulia is over. Henneborus asked in surprise. The Devers nodded. The staff in the tent cheered. The core area of the Kingdom of Dionia had returned to peace and tranquility, and they could finally devote themselves to the war against Carthage without any worries. Your Majesty, do we need to transfer the 9th Legion and the 3rd Cavalry Legion to Sicily? Tormid asked. The Devers pondered for a moment and shook his head. We have already made a plan before. For the next period of time, we will adopt a defensive posture to confront Carthage's army. The current military strength is completely sufficient. The key is to see the performance of the Navy. It would be a waste to transfer them at this time. I think it is better to let them go to the Middle-Ades and strengthen the attack on Sardinia with the 3rd Fleet. Strive to capture the entire island and completely cut off its support to Carthage. At the same time, it will free up the 3rd Fleet to support Sicily. As for the defense of Apulia, judging from the current situation, there is no possibility of a major battle there. Let the 11th Legion take on the defense of the entire area. Yes, Your Majesty. I will convey your instructions to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Tormid agreed. He remembered something and reminded, Do you want to assign an official commander to the 11th Legion? Master Capus has been acting as the commander of the 11th Legion for almost a year, and the Ministry of Military Affairs is now very busy. Helos has expressed to you several times, hoping to transfer him back to his original position to relieve their pressure. The Devers thought for a moment, nodded, and said, Well, let Capus return to Turiae and continue to serve as the quartermaster. As for the commander of the 11th Legion, let Helos decide. But it must be done as soon as possible. We must ensure the stability of the 11th Legion. Woo, woo, woo. With the sound of the bugle, the Dionia soldiers gave up on attacking the city and began to retreat. The Syracuse soldiers, who had been fighting for a whole day, let out cheers of victory. Many of them laid down on the walkways on the walls, too tired to stand up. Theagenes, on the other hand, was more excited. He took off his helmet and wiped the sweat off his face. Ignoring his fatigue, he walked along the walkway and greeted the soldiers one by one, thanking them for their bravery in defending Syracuse. In the case of victory, the militia would naturally pay their respects to the West City defense commander. Not long after, his adjutant, rushed over. "Sir, the casualty statistics are out. We have 352 dead and 517 injured." After hearing this, Tiagini smiled and said excitedly, "Today should be the fiercest attack by the Dionia, but they did not put much pressure on us, nor did they cause many casualties. If this goes on, we can definitely defend our city. On the contrary, the Dionia must have suffered more casualties today than we did. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for more than a few days." "Sir, you are right," the adjutant replied. "It's a pity that the Dionia took their dead and injured soldiers with them when they retreated. We don't know how many casualties they suffered, but they left a lot of siege equipment outside the city. Send a small group of soldiers out of the city and burn them all. No." Tiagenes suddenly stopped in the middle of a sentence. He thought for a moment and said, "Dismantle a small part of Dionia's siege equipment and bring it into the city. Show it to the people as spoils of war. This will give them more confidence." The adjutant understood and hurried to supervise the operation. Tiagenes leaned on the battlements and looked down at the battlefield under the city. His heart was filled with pride. When the Dionia set up camp outside the east and west walls, everyone knew that the enemy outside the west wall was stronger. When the executive committee of generals discussed who should command the defense of the west wall, even Phalcus, who had many military experiences, hesitated. As the chief general, he volunteered to defend the west wall, and naturally it was passed easily. Judging from the battle over the past few days, he was more and more certain that his risk was right. The west wall was tall and strong, and it was close to the main city. Reinforcements could be received at any time, so it was completely defensible. Once the war was over, he could use the great achievement of defeating the Dionians to wash away the regret of not being able to join the rebellion against Dionysius all those years ago, establish a greater reputation among the people, and completely overwhelm the neutral faction led by Philocus. From then on, he would be free to unleash the vengeance in his heart. At this time, Tiagenes stared at the blood-red sunset in the west. There was only one hope in his heart. Carthage's men could defeat the main force of Dionia as soon as possible. The people of Syracuse had gradually begun to get used to the life of war. Teams of sentries patrolled the long city wall in the middle of the night. After a day of hard fighting, the exhausted citizens slept soundly. The whole city was unusually quiet. Tiagenes was no exception. He hurriedly ate his dinner and fell asleep until he was woken up by a servant. "Master, bad news. The Dionia have entered the city. The council has sent someone to summon you to the military council immediately." Tiagenes, who was still drowsy, was suddenly startled awake. "What? The Dionia have entered the city? Nonsense! How is this possible?" He did not have much time to think. He hurriedly put on his clothes, mounted the horse prepared by the servant, and rushed to the council under the protection of a few cavalrymen. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was usually the time when people were sound asleep, but now the houses in the city were gradually lit up, and there was a hubbub of voices everywhere. "Bad news! The Dionia have entered the city. We are doomed. What are you panicking for? I have already said that it is a rumor. Hurry up! Hurry up! Bring me my armor. The city hall is urging us to assemble. Look after the children. Hide at home and don't wander around." Cries, curses, dogs barking, horses neighing. The whole city was soon in an uproar, and the streets were soon filled with people. Tiagenes finally made it to the council. Phalcus and the other generals were already in a heated discussion. "What the hell happened?" Tiagenes asked anxiously. Phalcus looked at him and said with a serious expression, "The fortress of Mount Iulus has been captured by the Dionia." "How is that possible?" Tiagenes thought he had heard wrong. "That is the fortress of Euryalus, the most difficult place to capture in Syracuse. That is the truth." Phalcus' expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "The soldiers who escaped from there told us that at night, when the soldiers in the fortress were sound asleep, hundreds of Dionia quietly climbed the walls. Although they were discovered by the sentries, they quickly rushed into the fortress. Although the soldiers fought back, they were in a hurry, and many did not even have time to put on their armor. In fact, the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade of Dionia did not wear armor. But compared to the poorly trained Syracuse militia, these elite soldiers of Dionia were like tigers in a pack of wolves. In the end, they were defeated by the Dionia, and only a small number of soldiers escaped. "Hurry up and send the army to take it back!" Theagenes shouted anxiously. "I say, Chief General, I don't need you to remind me," Cucius said in an indifferent tone. Cucius said in a neutral tone, "We have already asked Stesicos to lead the army of the East City Barracks to take back Euryalus." The Syracuse General Executive Committee considered that if the Dionysian army suddenly attacked the city at night or early in the morning, the citizens of Syracuse would be able to defend the city in time to avoid delay and confusion during an emergency mobilization. Therefore, when the Dionysian army set up camp outside the city, the people of Syracuse also built 2 simple camps near the east and west gates. Every night, 2,000 militia camped there in case of emergencies. I still remember who was the one who boasted here a few days ago that he would definitely stop the Dionia attack and defend the West City. What about now? Cucius smirked and continued, "War is not that easy. In the end, it is up to us to defend Syracuse." Euryalus was located at the intersection of the east and west walls. The reason Theagenes was assigned to guard it was because he had considered the number and strength of the enemies on the west side, so he assigned more citizen soldiers to Theagenes. Naturally, he was also in charge of the defense of the remote and distant Euryalus. Theagenes did not raise any objections at the time. After all, the terrain was dangerous and it was difficult to attack, but easy to defend. Also, considering the difficulty of supplying food there, he only sent 200 soldiers to guard it. It had been peaceful for the past few days. If not for tonight's incident, he would have almost forgotten about the fortress. Hearing Cucius's sarcastic remarks and seeing the strange gazes of several generals focused on him, Theagenes felt his blood boiling. He tried to suppress the urge to explode and said in a calm tone, "Sending 200 soldiers to Euryalus is something that everyone agreed on. I don't remember anyone else realizing that the Dionia might attack from there and specifically emphasizing the need to strengthen the defenses there. But now that it has happened, we must take it back immediately. I will now lead the 2,000 soldiers of the West City Barracks to support Stesicos." Literary Hall. Chapter 972. No, don't send any more troops. Falcus, who had been watching from the sidelines, said, "The terrain of the Euryalus citadel is narrow. No matter how many troops there are, they won't be able to spread out. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the number of Dionia attacking the citadel should not be too many. As long as Stesicos can lead his troops to arrive in time, there is a chance to recapture it. What I'm worried about now is whether the Dionysian army will take this opportunity to attack us again." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What happened? The last Syracuse general, Hyctes, also arrived. "You're always the last to arrive." Cucius knew that Hyctes lived at the port, which was the farthest from the council, but he could not help but complain, "If something happens to Syracuse, what can you do as a general?" Hyctes was used to his colleagues speaking to him in such a tone, but he always felt a little strange when he heard these unpleasant words in the past few days. Just like at this moment, his face became a little unsightly. Theagenes, who felt the same, quickly said, "The Euryalus citadel has been captured by the Dionia. We're discussing how to recapture it." Ah! Hyctes looked surprised. He did not say anything more, but his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the faint sound of a bugle came from outside the door. Everyone was shocked again. Cucius shouted in a slightly panicked tone, "It's our bugle! There's an enemy!" He quickly walked out of the door. After a while, he returned to the hall and said anxiously, "The sentries in the West City have reported that they found the Dionia soldiers gathering outside their camp." It seems that they are preparing to attack us. Everyone tensed up. I'll go to the West City now and lead the soldiers in the barracks to organize the defense. Theagenes immediately responded. Parnassus organized the mobilized militia as soon as possible and reinforced the West City as soon as possible. Okay. Parnassus followed Theagenes out of the hall. I think the Dionia will attack from the east today. Cusius, quickly gather the citizens in charge of defending the east side and rush to the eastern wall to defend. Phylacus said urgently. Cusius accepted the order and left. Hyctes, lead the port's militia here. If anything unexpected happens, immediately rush over to support them. Phocas continued to give orders. Most of the citizens of Syracuse port served as the crew of the fleet, but 4,000 people were also deployed to participate in the defense of the city. Since most of them lived a difficult life, most of them served as light infantry and were not valued too much. Hearing this order, Hyptis thought more about it and did not respond in time. Phocas could not help but be a little dissatisfied. Did you hear what I said, Hyptis? I understand, Hyctes replied coldly. Phocas glanced at him and did not have time to argue. He ordered another general to organize another 3,000 citizen soldiers to go to the north to provide support first. At the same time, he decided to personally organize the people in the city to go to the north to urgently build a defensive line. This was to prevent the enemy from easily advancing south in case they could not recapture the Euryalus fortress. The Euryalus fortress was a small square fortress surrounded by stone walls. There were residences, warehouses, cisterns, and other facilities in the fortress. At least 300 soldiers could be stationed here for a long time. The walls of the Euryalus fortress also formed one side of the fortress. Once the enemy appeared, the soldiers in the fortress could quickly go to the top of the wall and stop the enemy. However, the many days of peace and the steep terrain made the soldiers of Syracuse, who had been living in peace for a long time, relax their vigilance. As a result, the Dionia mountain scouts succeeded in a sneak attack. After Tarentus led the soldiers to attack and capture the Euryalus fortress, he did not continue to attack the city of Syracuse. Instead, he defended the fortress and actively provided support for the reinforcements. Originally, the terrain on the west side of the Euryalus fortress was somewhat flat and lush with trees. Back then, Dionysius led the people to spend a long time to change the terrain and burn the trees and weeds under the city wall, so that the sentries on the city wall could see the enemy's movements clearly. Unfortunately, after Dionysius' death, Syracuse had been in turmoil. Coupled with the fact that the external environment was relatively safe, no one paid attention to the city's defense anymore. Weeds and trees grew under the walls of the Euryalus fortress again, which helped the soldiers of the mountain scouts to sneak under the city wall. However, the narrow terrain also meant that not many soldiers could get close to the city wall. Therefore, most of the soldiers of the mountain scouts, as well as 2 heavy infantry battalions and 1 light infantry battalion of the 8th Legion, hid in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain to avoid being discovered by the sentries on the city wall. It was only when the ambushing soldiers climbed over the top of the city wall and snatched the torches from the sentries' hands. They waved the torches according to the rules and sent a signal to the foot of the mountain. The soldiers of the mountain scouts, the light infantry, and the heavy infantry then sped up the mountain. The soldiers of the mountain scouts charged at the front. These soldiers had undergone special training all year round. Even when they were climbing the mountain, their speed was still very fast. Very few of them fell and fell behind. When they reached the bottom of the city wall, they did not stop to rest. Instead, they grabbed the ropes that the soldiers had hung down from the top of the city wall and climbed up quickly. When they reached the top of the city wall, they took down the leather shields and short swords on their backs and rushed into the fortress that was filled with the sounds of killing. The reinforcements arrived one after another and finally defeated the defending soldiers of Syracuse. While Tarentus was defending the fortress and the city wall and waiting for reinforcements, he also carefully examined the situation inside the fortress. In the end, What gave him a headache was that there were 2 openings on the wall facing the south of the fortress. However, there was no wooden door or anything else to open or close it. It turned out that when Dionysius built the fortress, he had purposely designed it this way so that the fortress could only defend against external attacks and not internal attacks. It could be said that Dionysius's plan was very thorough. However, he did not expect that the sentries who came later had specially made 2 large wooden planks to cover the entrance of the cave at night so that it would not affect their sleep. Due to the high terrain, when the mountain wind blew past the entrance at night, not only was it cold, but it would also make a whoosh sound, which would seriously affect their rest. Terentius found the 2 large wooden planks at the entrance of the cave. He then asked the soldiers to find many wooden blocks and stones from the warehouse and used them to block the entrance of the cave. However, he was still worried. In a moment of desperation, he thought of another solution. When the light infantry entered the fortress one after another, Terentius heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, the ambitious Dionysius included the Epirus highlands, Acradina, and other areas into the city of Syracuse, expanding the entire city area by a few times. In order to increase the population of the new city, he actively recruited as many mercenaries as possible to become the new citizens of Syracuse. At the same time, he also forcibly migrated the people of the conquered neighboring cities to Syracuse, such as Leontini and Cadenai. However, after the Southern Italian War, the mercenaries were expelled, and most of the people who were forcibly migrated from other cities returned to their mother states. Coupled with the years of political turmoil, the population of Syracuse was now less than half of what it used to be. As a result, the vast Epirus highlands became sparsely populated, almost becoming a wasteland for the people of Syracuse to graze their cattle and sheep. Therefore, the defeated soldiers who escaped from the fortress of Euryalus could not find any help nearby. They could only run all the way south to the main city area and inform the member of the General Executive Committee who was on duty about the urgent military situation. Then, he would send troops to recapture the fortress. The shortcomings of Syracuse's large area and lack of manpower were exposed at this time. The fortress of Euryalus was miles away from the main city area. Moreover, it was late at night, and the incident happened suddenly. When Stesichos led 2,000 soldiers to the fortress, it was already nearly an hour after the fortress fell. The well-planned and well-prepared Dionia assault troops, especially the 2 heavy infantry battalions, had already entered the fortress. Under the illumination of the fire, Stesichos saw that the top of the fortress was filled with Dionia's soldiers, many of whom were wearing dazzling armor. What surprised him even more was that the 2 entrances were also blocked with wooden doors. Because he led his troops here in a hurry, he did not bring any siege equipment. Stesichos felt a headache coming on. According to Dionysius's design, the fortress of Euryalus was the center of defense at the northern end of the city wall. The sentries could only reach the top of the city wall through the fortress. Therefore, the sentries on the nearby walls were all sent out by the fortress. The nearest stone staircase to the fortress could only be found at the middle section of the eastern and western walls. Dionysius's design may have been based on safety considerations, but now it put Stesichos in a difficult position. If he led his troops to turn back and use the stone staircase to ascend the city wall, he would be giving the enemy too much time to breathe. Stesichos made a prompt decision and ordered his soldiers to quickly charge towards the fortress. They wanted to reach the stone wall as soon as possible and break through the stone staircase. At the same time, he ordered the orderly to rush back to the main city area and report the situation to the Military Executive Committee. The terrain of the fortress of Euryalus was high, so the Syracuse soldiers had no choice but to use their shields to protect their heads and attack forward. The Dionia infantrymen on the fortress did not need to shoot arrows at all. They lifted the stones and logs they brought from the warehouse and smashed them down. The stones and logs bounced along the terrain and rolled down, injuring several people at once. This caused the attacking Syracuse soldiers to complain incessantly. Not long after, their formation was broken. Stesichos had no choice but to regroup his soldiers and personally charge at the front. With great difficulty, he led his soldiers to the bottom of the wall, but they were immediately attacked by the Dionia soldiers on the wall. Javelins, arrows, stones, and logs rained down. Many of the Syracuse soldiers were injured, and even Stesichos was shot in the arm by a sharp arrow. Chapter 9:73. The Syracuse army retreated in defeat once again. Not long after, another Syracuse general arrived with 3,000 soldiers. They saw the groaning wounded soldiers and a demoralized army. After understanding the entire battle with the injured Stesichos, both sides realized that the Dionia had made thorough preparations. Hence, it would be extremely difficult to recapture the Euryalus fortress. Both sides began to regret their neglect of the Euryalus fortress. Hence, the two of them joined forces and seriously planned the next attack. At this time, the person in charge of the defense of the Euryalus fortress was the 5th platoon leader of the 8th Legion, Diocassus. In the previous battle, one platoon leader of the 8th Legion was seriously injured, and the 1st platoon leader had been guarding Selinus. Hence, there were 2 vacancies in the position of platoon leader. Diocassus had been promoted from platoon leader to platoon leader due to his outstanding achievements. Leotychides, who thought highly of him, had entrusted such an important mission to him. Hence, even though they had repelled the enemies, he did not let his guard down. He summoned Tarentus and the other 2 platoon leaders to discuss and perfect the defense plan of the fortress. After everything was arranged properly, he began to worry about the problem of food. To ensure that the raid would be successful, the soldiers did not bring along rations. There was some food in the warehouse of the fortress, but it was only enough for 200 people. However, for the 3,400 Dionysian army, Diocassus roughly estimated that it was only enough for one day. It was difficult to transport a large amount of food from the foot of the mountain and from outside the city to the fortress. This was also one of the reasons why Leotychides only sent 3,000 people here. At this time, Tarentus found Diocassus and suggested, "We need doctors and nurses here. The injured soldiers are in urgent need of treatment and care." Diocassus saw his anxious expression and knew that he was worried about the injuries of the more than 20 soldiers from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Previously, Tarentus personally led 100 scouts and successfully climbed over the wall. He had to attack the fortress and block the few sentries who were rushing over from the walkways. He also had to send people to tie up the ropes hanging from the top of the wall. In a situation where the enemy was outnumbered, the scouts who acted as the vanguard fought against 10 enemies. Their swift and fierce attacks caused the defending troops, who were caught off guard, to be thrown into chaos. This created the conditions for the reinforcements to arrive. Of course, they also suffered some casualties because of this. You're right. Diocassus immediately expressed his agreement and took the opportunity to say, "However, the mountain roads here are more difficult to traverse, and the sky is dark. However, these are not a problem for your scouts in the mountains. Therefore, I hope that you can send a small team of soldiers down the mountain to the medical camp and bring a few doctors and nurses up. Also, bring some engineers and carpenters along the way." Tarentus was stunned. "Engineers and carpenters? Do you want them to install ballistae on the fortress?" "That's one reason." Diocassus said with a serious expression, "In addition, I also want them to install a pulley device on the city walls. It will be able to conveniently pull the supplies that are transported to the city walls. I will immediately send 2 small teams down the mountain." Tarentus immediately promised. At this moment, a soldier came in and said anxiously, "Captain, the enemy has started attacking." Diocassus and Tarentus looked at each other, then quickly walked out of the dormitory and went up to the top of the city wall. This time, the Syracuse army not only attacked the fortress from the south, but there were also many soldiers on the walkways on the east and west walls that were rapidly approaching the fortress. The messengers sent by Stesichos told Tiagenes and Phalcus about the difficulties encountered by the army in attacking the fortress. Although the Dionysian army outside the west wall had already started attacking, and the Daionia allied army outside the east wall was also gathering, in order to recapture the fortress and destroy the enemies that had invaded the city, the two generals still sent a few hundred soldiers along the walkways on the city wall, marching north and participating in the attack. The enemies were attacking from 3 directions at the same time, but Dionysus was not nervous because they had already made arrangements in advance. The further north one went, the narrower the walkways on the walls of Syracuse became. After all, it was not easy to build a wall on high ground, and with the addition of the terrain, it would not be easy for the enemy to attack. There was no need to build a tall and thick wall like the walls near the main city. Therefore, the walkways on the east and west walls near the intersection were only wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. Dionysus sent 2 heavy infantry companies to guard the walkways on both sides. They formed an extremely thick shield and spear wall, preventing the enemy from attempting to enter the fortress through the walls. At the same time, the light infantry on the east and west stone walls of the fortress picked up their bows and javelins, firing long-range attacks at the enemies on the walkways not far from them. It was already very difficult for the Syracuse soldiers on the walkways to break through the blockade of the Daionia heavy infantry. This was because the walls were built along the terrain and the intersection was the highest position. They also had to attack up, but at the same time they had to guard against the side fire from the fortress. They could only use 30 to 40% of their strength, which posed no threat to the Daionia soldiers in front of them. In the face of the countless Syracuse soldiers surging towards them from the south, the Daionian soldiers on the fortress took out round straw cages that had already been made. They poured tar on them, lit them with fire, and threw them down. Huge fireballs rolled along the terrain and into the attacking army of Syracuse, instantly causing great chaos. The soldiers retreated in a panic, pushing and shoving each other. Many of them fell and were injured. These straw cages stored in the warehouse were originally reserved by the Syracuse garrison to deal with the enemies who struggled to climb up the mountain to attack the city. The Daionia soldiers used them to attack their original owners, and the effect was just as good. When the news of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade successfully capturing the Euryalus fortress was quickly reported to Leotychides, he did not hesitate to gather the army in the camp and once again gave the order to storm the city. Although the army had just carried out a fierce siege yesterday and paid a lot of casualties, that was to create the conditions for the night attack of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Now they had to continue to create the conditions for the troops occupying the Euryalus fortress to gain a foothold in the city. Therefore, Leotychides sent out 10,000 soldiers, carrying ladders and pushing siege equipment, divided into 3 waves, to attack the entire section of the wall from the middle of the west wall to the sea. In addition, he also retained a heavy infantry brigade and 2 light armor brigades, a total of 3,000 soldiers, as reserves. The purpose was not only to support the siege, but he had a deeper expectation. If the development of the battle was favorable to his side, he would consider putting this reserve force into the Euryalus fortress in the north to rendezvous with the original troops and win the battle in one fell swoop. For this reason, he sent out a lot of messengers, hoping to maintain close contact with the troops in the Euryalus fortress and always understand the dynamics inside. At the same time, he also sent messengers to the east of Syracuse to inform Xanaparis of the good news of the successful night attack, and hoped that he would urge the coalition forces to increase the attack on the east. Most of the Syracuse militia were engaged in fierce battles with the Daionia in the east, west, and north, but there was an army that was more leisurely. In the square next to the Temple of Apollo, the 4,000 soldiers from the port area did not seem to have a sense of urgency about the upcoming battle. They were sitting, lying, chatting, playing games, or sleeping compared to the soldiers' ease as the commander of this army, Hyctes, who sat on the platform of the square, seemed to have a lot on his mind. But what he did not know was that among the thousands of soldiers resting below the platform, there were a few pairs of eyes that had been watching him. "Artemis, it's been so many days, and this old guy still hasn't taken any action. It seems that he doesn't plan to join our kingdom. If he doesn't want to join us, We might as well ignore him and go directly to Samaratus and the others. They are more familiar with us and have a better impression of the kingdom. I believe we can definitely convince them to join the kingdom. Don't worry, if Hyctes is really determined to protect Syracuse, he would have sent people to arrest me long ago, and then reorganize the entire port area. But he did not do so, which means that he still has some thoughts about my proposal, but he is still hesitating. We need to give him some time to continue to persuade him. Moreover, he has a high prestige in the port area. If he does not join us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Samaratus and the others to convince most of the port people to join us. By then, the news will have been exposed, and it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Syracuse Council. Then, not only will our previous efforts be in vain, but it will also affect the progress of Commander Persosus's attack on Syracuse, and affect the kingdom's war against Carthage. Artemis, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. There was quite a commotion in the city just now. I heard that our army has occupied Euryalus fortress, and Sir Persosus and Sir Xanaparis are leading the army to attack the city. Syracuse's militia has basically been sent out to fight, and only the army at the port is left. What a great opportunity this is. Think about it. If Hyctes leads these 4,000 soldiers to start a riot, Syracuse won't have any extra troops to quell the riot. Whether he leads the army to the west or the east to attack the defending army, it will cause the defeat of Syracuse's army, and our army can successfully break through the city. That's right. Artemis, did you hear that? Our army is attacking fiercely. We must seize this great opportunity, created by the lives and blood of our soldiers. All right, let me think about it. I think we might as well take the risk. Since Hyctes can't make up his mind, we'll force him to make a choice. If we do this. Chapter 974. Not long after, the soldiers gathered in twos and threes, and the content of everyone's conversation changed. Do you know? I learned a shocking piece of news from Hyctes' most trusted servant, Phalba, the day before yesterday. What shocking news? Hyctes secretly met with a messenger sent by the king of Dionia in his living room. What? Hey, shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense and tarnish Lord Hyctes' reputation. It's true. I heard it from the drunk Phalba in the tavern. He also said that the messenger from Dionia brought the promise from the king of Dionia. As long as Lord Hyctes leads the people of the port area to surrender to the kingdom of Dionia, then we can immediately become citizens of the kingdom of Dionia. We can have a fertile land and can take up various public positions in the kingdom according to our abilities. Our children can also enjoy an almost free education. We can also serve in the military. The Greeks are proud of serving in the military, but this mainly refers to cavalry and heavy infantry. For the poor and free people with low status, they can only serve as light infantry and sailors. There is no honor to speak of. We can also receive rewards according to our military achievements, and even be promoted to become generals, just like the current Catanians. Yes, by then we will be citizens of the kingdom of Dionia like the Catanians and naturally enjoy the same rights. As Catanians' neighbors, the people of the port area not only witnessed it develop from ruins into a bustling city over the past 10 years, but also learned from the sea merchants that the Catanians lived a generous and free life. They had long been envious of them. Many of the Catanians were originally free people and even slaves living in the port of Syracuse. They can live such a rich life. Why can't we? The people of the port area felt puzzled and unwilling more than once. Now that the opportunity seemed to be in front of them, the audience couldn't sit still. Did Hyctes agree? Sigh, if he agreed, we wouldn't be here. But haven't you noticed that his mood is a little off these days? Oh, no wonder I felt that he was acting weird these days. I met him on the road and greeted him, but he didn't seem to hear me. He was thinking about something with his head lowered. Hey, I said, we're citizens of Syracuse, and Dionia is our enemy. Hippolytus was right to refuse them. He should have seized the emissary immediately and sent him to the council. That's right, Hyctes is confused. If the other generals know about this, he won't be able to explain himself. He might even be punished and lose his position as a general. Don't be so full of yourself. Since when did the people in the city treat us as citizens of Syracuse? They took away our land and only gave us a small number of seats in the council. Many of the proposals related to our interests couldn't be passed. That's right. That's right. If the people of Syracuse don't welcome us, why should we risk our lives to protect it? Do you know, in the past, the lives of the people in the port were even more miserable. We were oppressed by the people in the city. Let alone owning land, we didn't even have the right to participate in the citizens' assembly. We were only slightly better than slaves. It was with the help of the people of Dionia that the people in the port united and forced the council to make some concessions. We obtained some rights. But are these enough to satisfy us? If you want to live the life of the people of Cadonai, this is a great opportunity. They heard that the people of Dionia have captured the Euryalus fortress, and the people in the council were terrified. They have sent all the men in the city to defend against the attack of the people of Dionia. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transferred us to the most sacred place in the city as a backup. As long as Hyctise leads us to pledge allegiance to Dionia, we can help Dionia seize Syracuse and truly become their citizens. Hyctise once thought that Artemis was the only Dionia spy lurking in the city of Syracuse, but he was wrong. Perhaps in the Africa and Iberian region, the intelligence department of Dionia was too far away to arrange manpower. However, how could Aristyras ignore such a strategically important neighbor like Syracuse, who had so many grievances with Dionia? For more than 10 years, there were no less than 10 subordinates arranged to lurk in the port area, who knew how many port people were influenced by them and had a good impression of Dionia. Therefore, once Artemis and the others began to implement their plan, soon the soldiers in the entire square were discussing about the secret conversation between the envoy of Dionia and Hyctise. The first person to discover the abnormality in the square was not Hyctise, who had been thinking about the problem on the platform, but his enemy Seleucus in the square. As one of the senior officers of this unit, he was shocked after hearing the content of the soldiers' conversation. However, he immediately realized that this might be a good opportunity for him. So he hurriedly invited a few senior officers who were also at odds with Hyctise to come to the platform and questioned him aggressively. Hyctise, so you have colluded with Dionia and are preparing to betray our Syracuse. The absent-minded Hypkides was startled by Seleucus' words. After a moment, he came back to his senses. Glaring at Seleucus and the others, he said angrily, "Seleucus, have you lost your mind for the sake of the position of Generalissimo? Colluding with foreign enemies is a great crime of treason. Don't blame me for being impolite if you slander me like this." Seleucus was not afraid at all and sneered, "I'm not slandering you. Use your ears and listen carefully to what the thousands of people in the square are saying. They are all witnesses to your judgment of the enemy. You don't have to be angry at me. When the council sends someone over, you will have the chance to be angry." Seleucus laughed wantonly, taking the opportunity to vent the resentment he had been suppressed by Hyctise. He and Hyctise had been fighting for years, so he had a better understanding of him. Just by looking at the sudden change in Hyctise' expression when he was suddenly questioned, he knew in his heart that this matter was likely to be true. Hyctise' expression changed when he heard this. Without waiting for him to defend himself, Seleucus, who already had an answer in his heart, did not want to argue with him anymore. He turned around and walked down the platform, ready to return to his unit and wait for the council to deal with Hyctise. Then he would smoothly take over the long-awaited power. However, a group of people blocked his way. Zamorites, Seleucus raised his head proudly and said disdainfully, "Your uncle is finished. No one will protect you in the future. If you go against me again, don't think about staying in the port anymore. Get lost." Zamorites looked at him coldly. "I'd like to see who is in the port." Before he could finish his words, a man beside him suddenly rushed forward. took out a dagger hidden in his arms, and stabbed Samaradas's chest several times in a swift and agile manner. Seleucus immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to speak, he suddenly fell to the ground, no longer alive. Zamorites was stunned by the sudden change in front of him and could not react for a moment. What are you doing? The high-ranking officers who were following Seleucus panicked and cried out, "Murder! Murder!" They wanted to turn around and escape, but they were caught by Artemis, who was already prepared. Then Artemis patted the assassin on the shoulder and praised loudly, "Good job! You deserve the credit today." The assassin smiled, the blood on his face intertwined with his dark skin, making him look a little scary. "Thank you, boss." Chryskis. Zamorites finally recognized the assassin and was very surprised. This Chryskis came to the port of Syracuse 2 years ago. He claimed to be a refugee from Greece and had been working as a laborer in the port. He was simple and honest, always doing the most work and getting the least pay. He was also often bullied. When Chryskis heard about this out of kindness, he took the initiative to let his men bring him to the port under his jurisdiction and treat him fairly. However, he did not expect such an honest person to be such a vicious person. He seemed to be Artemis's subordinate. Thinking of this, Zamorites could not help but feel his hair stand on end. At this time Artemis seemed to know what he was thinking and said to him seriously, "This is the only way to force your uncle to make up his mind as soon as possible." After saying that, he strode towards Hyctes. Zamorites hesitated for a moment, but he followed closely. Hyctes had already understood the situation on the square and saw what happened just now. Facing Artemis, he seemed relatively calm at the moment. "Did you arrange all this?" he asked. Artemis understood what he was referring to, but did not respond. Instead, he said, "Seleucus has already sent someone to the council to inform them, and look." Artemis pointed at the square. Some of the soldiers, led by Seleucus, saw their captain was killed and wanted to rush to the platform to seek justice. However, they were forcibly stopped by Zamorites' men. Both sides had already clashed, not only for yourself, but for the people of the port of Syracuse. You must make a decision immediately. Artemis said in a deep voice, "Do the people of Dionia really care about the people of the port of Syracuse?" Hyctes was depressed and could not help but mock Artemis. "Uncle." Zamorites could not help but speak up. Chapter 975. Samaradis was the son of Tethys. Tethys was originally an old sailor in the port area of Syracuse. He was highly respected because of his excellent sailing skills and rich experience. During the Southern Italian War, he and a few others united the people of the port area with the help of the people of Syracuse and helped Herolas overthrow the tyranny of Dionysius. Later, during Herolas's first rule in Syracuse, he was elected as a general. However, Theagenes and Phylacus conspired to drive Herolas out and rescinded some of the policies implemented by Herolas during his rule. This involved the interests of the people of the port area, such as asking the people of the port area to return the land of the former mercenaries. Tethys was furious when he heard about this. He rushed to the council and argued with Theagenes and Phylacus. In the end, they had a huge argument, and he returned home in anger. When he got home, he fell to the ground and died of depression. Samaradis was still young at that time, but he hated Theagenes and Phylacus because of this. Moreover, Tethys would often talk about how the people of Dionia had helped them in the past, so Samaradis had always had a good impression of the people of Dionia. How could the people of the port forget that Tethys had died for the interests of the people of the port area? When the situation in Syracuse stabilized, the people of the port area gained some more power. They elected Tethys' younger brother, Hyctes, as their general. Because of Tethys, Samaradis, who had grown up, gradually gained popularity in the port area. At this time, Samaradis reminded loudly, "Have you forgotten how my father died? Have you forgotten what they did to you?" Seleucus, a despicable man, was able to enter the council because of Theagenes' support. He kept fabricating facts to slander your reputation and promote himself. In the end, he became a hero in the eyes of the people who did not know the truth. These high-ranking officers, which one of them has not received benefits from Felicus and the others, they always oppose your proposals in the council, so your proposals can never be passed in the council. As a result, the people of the port area think that you are incompetent and unable to get anything done. And why are the soldiers below the stage so willing to follow Seleucus and the others, but you can't command them? Because only their fertile land has not been taken away by the council. Theagenes and the others are doing this on purpose, so that the people of the port area will no longer be united, hate each other, and fight each other. If this goes on, my father and uncle's hard work will all be in vain. We will lose everything and become the poor people of the port area again, completely at the mercy of the people in the city. Uncle, we can't go on like this. We have had enough of Syracuse's treachery and of Syracuse. We want to live anew a rich life. Samaradas's words hit Hikidas' heart. He looked at his nephew with a painful and dignified gaze, but in the end, it turned into a gentle one. He said emotionally, Samaradas, you've really grown up. Your father will be very pleased. Then he strode to the platform. Facing the chaotic square, he pointed at the soldiers who were rushing to the platform with his right hand and shouted with a serious expression, Brothers of the port, I am your commander, Hypus. These soldiers are traitors to the people of the port. Now I order you to pick up your weapons, attack them, and take them all down. Hypus had been a general representing the people of the port area for several years. Although he was suppressed and isolated by the Democrats and neutrals of the council, causing some port area people to be dissatisfied with him and misunderstood him, he was still the most prestigious person in the port area. There were still many people who believed in him and followed him. What's more, shouting, Hypus is killing people. He is a traitor. He is going to betray Syracuse. Most of these soldiers who wanted to kill their way to the platform and rescue the captured senior officers were deliberately taken care of by the council. Their lives were not bad. The disparity in wealth and political rights made them naturally feel superior when facing their former companions. Arrogance and contempt led to deeper and deeper estrangement. And Septicus's order gave the inferiority complex soldiers a chance to retaliate. Coupled with the intentional guidance of Artemis's men, more than half of the soldiers brandished spears and daggers and attacked the enemy that Septicus had pointed out. These soldiers, who were anxious to snatch back their officers, were basically gathered under the platform. When they heard Hypus' words, some soldiers felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and escape. Some soldiers instead increased their attacks, wanting to rush to the platform and capture Hypus to solve their own crisis. Some soldiers even dared to throw javelins at Hypus. Because they were located in the center of the front of the square, other soldiers responded to the call and quickly surrounded them, attacking them from all sides. The soldiers on the platform also threw javelins at them from above. Without the command of a senior officer, it was difficult for them to organize an effective defense. The fierce attacks around them made them even more terrified. It did not take long for the voices of people asking to surrender to continue to ring in the encirclement. However, the murderous port soldiers did not stop attacking. They constantly stabbed the weapons in their hands at their former companions, and the shrill screams lasted for a long time. Uncle! Even Zamorites, who had previously asked to betray Syracuse, felt a little reluctant. Since we have decided to rely on Dionia, we need a group of soldiers who are willing to follow us and are very united. So it is very necessary to kill them. Hypus was indecisive and hesitant before, but once he made a decision, he seemed to have changed into a different person. After saying this sentence coldly, he silently looked on with his hands folded. Samaradas was deep in thought when he heard this. At this time, the guard on the side suddenly shouted, Sir Hypus, look! The council has sent people. Hypus quickly turned his head and saw two people in white Bolton appeared on the edge of the south side of the square, followed by a small group of soldiers. Samaratus, take a team and capture them all. Hyptis immediately said. Zamorites took the order and left. The people sent by the council, although their line of sight was blocked by the dense crowd in front of them and they could not see what was happening in the square. The screams clearly reached their ears. So they felt that something was wrong and turned to flee without stopping. Seeing that the capture had failed on the platform, Hyppis's face became even gloomier. He turned to the guards and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and attack!" More than 10 minutes later, the sounds of fighting and screams in the square gradually subsided. The platform was full of corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The soldiers held spears in their hands and looked at the corpses of their former comrades. The fighting intent in their eyes gradually turned into confusion. At this time, Hypis, who was on the platform, said loudly, "Brothers, we have no way out. Follow me, we will join the kingdom of Dionia together. More than a decade ago, Tethys and your fathers won our dignity through battle. Today we will also fight for a brand new future for us." As soon as his voice fell, someone below the platform responded loudly, "Hypis, we are willing to follow you and fight those damn people in the city. Defeat the people in the city and take back everything we have lost. Join Dionia. We want to live like the Cadonai people." The atmosphere in the square was boiling again, and the mood of the soldiers became fanatical again. Hypis took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Follow me! Let's go back to the port first!" The soldiers responded loudly. However, Samaratus was a little puzzled. Go back to the port? Why not directly attack the city? "You don't understand," Hypis said seriously. Hyptis said sternly, "Although it seems that there are no extra troops in the city, the council did not recruit citizens over 50 years old before. Most of these citizens have participated in the Southern Italian War and the subsequent civil strife. Although their bodies are not as good as before, they are experienced, and most of them are heavy infantry. The council has already discovered the changes here. I am afraid they have already begun to recruit these citizens. In the main city, they can gather at least more than 3,000 people. Look at us." Samaratus subconsciously looked at the square. At this time, the square was much emptier than before. The number of soldiers had been reduced by nearly half, including more than 500 soldiers who had been killed. There were also some who did not agree with Hypis and did not want to betray Syracuse, so they quietly ran away. Most of the soldiers who stayed were light infantry. Seeing that Samaratus was silent, Hypis continued, "When we return to the port, there are many sailors who are willing to follow us. We can rely on the inner wall to resist the attack of the council. We can also get in touch with the army of Syracuse outside the city through ships. What do you think?" Hypis' last question was not asked to his nephew, but to Artemis. Although he still had a little resentment towards the spy of Dionia for using this method to force him, he had to show respect to him now to improve the bad impression that his previous hesitation might have caused the people of Dionia to have him. The plan had succeeded. Artemis was overjoyed, and her attitude became humble. "Lord Hyptis, you are the commander of this army, and you know the situation in the city best. Everything is up to you. If you need me to contact the army outside the city, I am willing to carry out your orders." "Good, good." Hypis looked grateful, then shouted to the soldiers around him, "Follow me! Let's go to the port!"